I thank every one of you for being here with us in the morning. To start with the proceedings of the day, may I request Nitin to please introduce Daily College Business School to you. Thank you, Nitin. Thank you for introducing Daily College Business School to us. Now, before we start with the proceedings of the day, our partner in this conference, Research Foundation of India. Research Foundation of India is primarily a non-profit organization which helps. If I put it rightly, then it is one platform wherein it is helping people to create built across platforms, and plus it is trying to help researchers uh, at all ages, right from schooling to their PhD and post PhD levels, to uh, provide a platform where they can showcase their research. I would like to mention two important people as far as RFI, as far as my connection with RFI is concerned. Obviously, besides Saurabh Jain sir, who is the CEO of RFI, Ajay Jain sir, he has been with us throughout this journey of conference. A very dedicated, a very I must say, a very charming person, and he's approachable at all times. So, Ajay Jain sir, thank you very much for being, always with us during this entire journey. The second person whom I would like to express my gratitude towards from RFI is Mr. Yograj. This entire technical session which is there, so that is because of Mr. Yograj. So thank you very much, RFI and Ajay Jain sir and Yograj for that matter. Now, uh, we start with today's session. Okay, so we start with today's session where I take this privilege to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Mr. Krishna Dushyant Rana. So, Nitin, can I have the slide of introduction of Mr. Krishna Dushyant Rana, please? Mr. Krishna Dushyant Rana, he's an accomplished entrepreneur. Uh, he is a result-driven CEO with 14-year plus experience of leading family-managed business Platinum Industries. He's here with us from Mumbai. He's capable of identifying new opportunities and sustaining extraordinary business growth with increased company revenues. Uh, he oversees the daily activities with a strong ability to solve the complex business decisions. He believes in ongoing education and running at high standard customer service standards company. Uh, Friends, I would only like to tell two things prominently about Mr. Krishna Dushyant Rana. Tough time don't last, but tough people do. So Mr. Rana is a live example for that. During his, once he starts his conversation on how he turned around the platinum industry, you would realize what I'm saying is true. Second, one thing which I most appreciate about Mr. Rana when I was going through his entire profile, he still he goes on with a continuous learning. He does certification courses. Means even being a CEO, he has not stopped learning. So this is two things which I believe, and then I believe there must be a huge takeaways from Mr. Rana's session. So without taking much of your time, I hand over the proceedings to Mr. Rana to continue. And one more mention I would like to make before I invite Mr. Rana, Dhanashri. She has been coordinating with me for all this. It is possible because of two people, Sujata ma'am from Asian Institute of Family Managed Business, Mr. Rana, of course, he himself has been very kind on this thing, and Dhanashri. So thank you very much for being here with us. Over to Mr. Rana.
Dr. Shrestha, good morning to everybody, and I am really thankful to you for the lovely introduction that you've given to me. So it brings down to the motivation multifold. So Delhi Business School, of course, I saw the presentation. It's one of the best business schools which I heard from people yesterday. In fact, when I was passing on the invites to everybody to join the session, I got so many messages. Oh, my friend has done MBA from Delhi Business School, and I know so many of them who could connect it. So it's all thanks to the lovely professors over there. And thank you for inviting me here. Just allow me a moment, sir, to share the screen, please.
Sure, please.
Sir, would you grant me the permission to share the screen, please?
Yograji, please allow Dushyant sir to share the screen, please. Okay.
Sure. Share. This is Apple now.
उसके बाद तो की स्लाइड लगा देख
Sir, just give me a moment. I'm unable to share the screen from my
Yes,
laptop.
yes, please. Yes, please.
Just give me one moment. Is okay? May I start now?
Yes, yes, please.
Great. This is a lovely, I think this is a lovely opportunity for me to, tell everyone that how important is family managed businesses. So when I was reading about it, I could relate myself because I could see 80% of the India's GDP is dependent on family business. 80%, okay? And this is not a small amount. When my transition was happening from in the family business, okay, it was a very important decision for me because I have always seen the kind of struggle that my father has done in business, the kind of opportunities that he has given me to be what I am today, and of course, the most important part are the failures. I always stress on failures because whatever is glorious, whatever is so fancy has not come that easy. There has been years of struggle that an entrepreneur has to go through to make it that big or wherever, whatever he is and wherever at whatever stage he is today. When I was joining the family business, okay, I wanted to complete my management. And I asked my dad, what are the two important things that you require from me? Like a hardcore businessman, he just replied two things. बेटा डिग्री है तो ठीक है, वरना दो चीज तो अपनी जिंदगी में साथ में रखना, एक तो 36 की छाती और तेरा बैंक बैलेंस. You have to be prepared for so many uncertainties in your life that you should be able to fight that at every stage. Platinum is doing a 200% growth year on year today. It is becoming one of the leading companies in the field of additives or the chemicals that we are manufacturing, which are used for the PVC pipes and cable wires, all the PVC applications. Private equity has invested in us. PE multiple of 12.5 to 15. It sounds so amazing, right? लोग खड़े हैं लाइन में पैसा इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए. But you know what is important? Is the background. 3 bankruptcies Platinum has gone through. 3 bankruptcies Platinum has gone through. 5 times we have removed our properties were auctioned. Despite of all these challenges, today the company has come to 200% growth rate. Can you imagine? It has been 15 years that I have joined my business. And I saw the first profit in the company in the year 2016, जहाँ पे हम लोग को तिवारी ब्रदर्स से पेड़ा लेके हम लोग के सबको बांटा था because 1.5 lakh rupees का प्रॉफिट हमारी कंपनी ने बुक किया था in the year 2016. 1.5 lakh rupee in the entire year. And you know what was the minus? When the company restarted its operations in 2016, the debt was more than 50 crores, minus 50 crores. Balance sheet, zero collections. Assets, zero. And to turn around from that stage and to come where we are is commendable. We don't take pride in this, but of course there has been umpteen number of changes in the decision making of the company, of the individuals, and that one decision that you take that turns around your complete gamut of business. And I want to explain you all that one decision, how important it is to get where you are. So I lay emphasis on the 4 important factors which are really important in an individual's life. Because why I say individual? Because individual thought drives the organization. Any organizational structure which has grown, or any thought process that you put into an organization, is a mind of an entrepreneur. Right? So any organization flows from top to bottom and not from bottom to top. First thing is I want to lay an emphasis is how important is it to believe in your own self. How important it is to believe in your own self. Without belief in yourself, you cannot do anything. अगर आपको आपके अंदर भरोसा है तो आप तो दुनिया की ऊंचाई को पार कर जाओगे. After belief, the most important thing is whatever you have thought, the conviction. जो चीज में आपका बिलीफ है, अगर उसके अंदर कन्विक्शन आ गया, then there is no step behind. The third factor is implementation. आपको बिलीफ आ गया, आपको कन्विक्शन आ गया करने का काम, but if there is no implementation, you are failing again. Without implementing, you are definitely a failure. But with implementation, there is a learning which will take you to the next step if you have failed for the first time. So the implementation part is the most important thing in an entrepreneur's life. Because हम सोचते कितनी चीजें हैं, like we think, अरे मुझे ये करना है, I want to get on to step, I want to do, अभी मुझे ये करना है. But if we don't take a step towards it, we are already a failure. And ये 3 फैक्टर्स के साथ में थोड़ा सा तड़का अगर इनोवेशन का लग गया, you can imagine what you are creating to the world. What are you creating for your own self? What are you giving back to the industry? How important it will be that if you have innovation at every step in your business, you are a visionary. धीरूभाई अंबानी ने जब ये हजीरा का प्लांट लिया था, तभी उनको लैंड के अंदर क्या था पता नहीं था. But जिस दिन ऑयल निकला, he became a visionary. But he took that one decision of risk. ये मेरे पास तो वैसा भी कुछ नहीं है, ये जाएगा तो वैसे ही माइनस होने वाला है. But उसके साथ इनोवेशन लग गया. Today they are the pioneers in the plastic industry for making PVC resin, where the petrochemical business is the heart of Reliance today. Dhanushi, can you go back to that Bhagavad verse, please? I love this statement. Bhagavad is something that, teaches you every day something or the other. Vitrag bhai krodh manya mamu pashritam bahavo jnana tapasa puta Mad bhavam agatam. I don't know how many of you all know this, but my life is dependent on this. My life is all about this. I am going to explain you after I finish talking about Platinum's journey in the industry. Going back to Platinum's journey, I want to explain you something. For us, for me, when I joined business, I was into a debt cycle every 6 years. In a financial world, we call it over leveraging. We over leverage our businesses, right? कि आपके पास अगर ₹1 का काम है तो आप 10 का करने जाते हो, जहां पे हमेशा आप 2 स्टेप पीछे ही जाते हो. Over leveraging the business. We started 2004, okay, with a trading company. 2006, it became a non-performing asset. We started manufacturing. We thought that, we want to shift our focus from trading to manufacturing. 2006, we again started our new company. 2013, it became an NPA. 2016, the third time it became NPA. What is that one thing which was getting the company to these stages is very important, right? Are we repeating the same mistakes, or are we not into the right business, or are we not focused enough to the industry needs? Don't we think that ये 3 बार अगर चीज हो रहा है तो या तो हमारे में कुछ गलत है, या तो दुनिया को दिखाने के लिए हम बिजनेस कर रहे हैं और चला रहे हैं साइड में कि यार वी आर एन एंटरप्रेन्योर बिजनेस चला रहे हैं हम लोग. When 2004 we started the company, okay, we were in a debt trap of a very small amount. I don't want to mention the figures over here. एक थॉट माइंड में खाली आया, अगर हमने ये क्रेडिटर्स का पैसा टाइम पे नहीं चुकाया, ठीक है, तो क्या होगा? ये थॉट ने हमारे 15 साल बिगाड़ दिए. क्यों? क्योंकि वो क्रेडिटर्स को सेटिस्फाई करने के लिए हमने यहां पे दूसरा डेट खड़ा किया, बट ट्रेडिंग मार्जिन को 4% पे हम लोग कर रहे थे और डेट उठा रहे थे हम लोग 8% पर मंथ पे. So, say for example, if Miss Nivedita is one of my creditor, and if Dr. Rajesh is one of my another creditor in the business, मैंने मिस निवेदिता से 100 रुपए में माल खरीदा, ओके, मुझे राजेश जी को पैसा देना है, तो मैंने क्या किया, निवेदिता जी से मैंने 90 डेज की उधारी पे मैंने मटेरियल लिया 100 रुपए में, मैंने राजेश जी को 80 रुपए में बेच दिया और राजेश जी ने मुझे उस पैसे का एडवांस दिया. What is the gap? 20 rupees. करेक्ट? एक क्रेडिटर को तो मैंने शांत किया, दूसरे क्रेडिटर को खड़ा किया. ये साइकिल जब तक चलती रही, till the time my business was running well and there was profit. When the competition came in, I realized that the value of the business is not much to sustain in the industry. So but this realization for us was after 15 years of the gamut in the business, because 3 times NPA company का नाम खराब हो गया, right? मार्केट से उधारी नहीं मिल रहा है. What is it that we did that brought the company to 200% year-on-year growth? जो चीज हमें 2004 में करनी थी to stop the debt trap, वो चीज हमने 2015 में की. We stopped the entire business in a single decision that henceforth we will not trade this business. I will rather do a job in the market, but we will not sustain in the industry with these products, because this is not fetching us the market that we want, or the growth that we want, or the debt that we have to repay them. But being an entrepreneur or being in family business, the most important USP or the most important thing that I follow in business, my relationship management was extraordinary. I always laid an emphasis on relationship management, which brought me where I am today. In 2016, when we restarted the entire organization, I was a distributor of a very big company in India, which ultimately they had stopped working with us, but the company was taken over by one of the world's largest conglomerate, and they had merged their companies, and the family owners, they went out of that business. It was a Turkish-based company. Their R&D head, Dr. Schiller, was very close to me. And when the company was sold, Dr. Michael Schiller did not believe in their management, so he left the company. And at that time, I had gone to Turkey to tell those Turkish company that mujhe ek saal ka time chahiye because I owed them some money. And I was in Izmir. And I messaged Michael that, Michael, I'm here in Izmir. Let's have a cup of coffee. And we met for dinner. He tells me, Krishna, I am leaving the company. How can I help you? That single word, okay, how can I help you? And the R&D, the most renowned scientist in the world, okay, how can I miss this opportunity? I came back to India and I said, Michael, I want to start manufacturing. I want to get into manufacturing of what I was importing now. He said, I'm ready to support you. But I told him very clearly, being a German, that, Michael, I don't have a single penny in my pocket and I won't be able to afford your salary. 5 days later, he comes back to me. He said, I want to support you, Krishna. He did not charge a single penny for 1 year to get the company. He said, you are my children's gamble. In 3 years, if you make it big, I am there with you. And not, then I'm going to leave. So I said, done. He comes to India. He makes the first batch for us in 2016. Goes to the market. There is a repeat order. Goes to the market. There is a repeat order. This product that we were getting into was not a renowned, it did not have a renowned presence in the industry, because India in plastics, 70% it accounts for the PVC pipe production. 70%. And we wanted to cater to that 70% of the market size. But the product that we wanted to get into did not have the prominent acceptance in the market. But we said that let's get into this so that our margins might have a bigger impact on our businesses. So the first decision we took is we will get into a lead-free manufacturing, which the India is looking to have a sustainable growth in the near future. So I laid more emphasis on the growth of the country. One decision to stop the current business to get into a new business. It was a complete new gamut for us. Once we started manufacturing and once we got into this line, in 1 year's time, government comes out with a notification that India has to ban lead usage in PVC pipes. Within a span of 1 year, the entire industry was wanting to shift from a standard lead-based products to calcium zinc. That changed the entire game of platinum, which brought platinum into more profitable business. So I'm sure everybody must have read the book by Sun Tzu, The Art of War. And I love that sentence which says, take advantage of competitors' unreadiness. Take advantage of competitors' unreadiness. Make your way by unexpected routes. Make your way by unexpected routes. And attack the unguarded spot. How amazing it is and how true it is to attack with the right product and where nobody is present. It is a challenge to make your mark in that industry where the presence by the competitors is so less. So again, I go back. Belief, conviction, implementation, or thoda sa tadka, innovation. How it changes the perspective of the company, how it changes the life of an entrepreneur. ये सब होने के बाद, when we enter into a proper manufacturing industry, गवर्नमेंट आता है डीमोनेटाइजेशन के साथ. 2 हफ्ते पहले मेरी वाइफ अभी आई, उसका वो बर्थडे पे वो बच्चों को कवर्स में वो पैसे नहीं मिलते हैं. अरे मेरे पास ये बच्चों के कवर के पैसे पड़े 2022 में. कबर्ड के कौन से कोने में कौन से बैग में रखे थे पता नहीं था. Still I have that 1000 rupee note. Demonetization. Entrepreneur has to keep facing the challenges at every step. We have to be prepared. जैसे ही हम सेटल होते हैं demonetization के साथ में, what is the next step by the government? Removal of VAT and getting into GST. 6 महीने फिर हम लोग वापस लगे रहते हैं वही चक्कर में कि भाई अभी GST के चक्कर से हम कैसे, how do we get acclimatized? An entrepreneur is basically nothing but a magnet of problems. And there lies a solution which is called an opportunity. If we are not ready to grab that opportunity, we are not even a step closer to success. So there are going to be ways where your ideas and your thought processes are going to be rejected. We have to find our way out to the person who says, yes, I believe in you. Because when we were starting, there were too many no's around in the market that, it's not the right way to get into, uncommon business. And, it's not the right way because India is not accepting this product. But we took that risk and we found our yes from the ocean. And that is what is going to identify and separate an entrepreneur from being different. And I still remember my father's words, 36 ki chhati aur bank balance. Today, Platinum is building India's largest capacity for additives. We have took a land in Egypt. We are starting to have our global presence in Egypt to manufacture these additives. We have a vision to have a 50% market share globally. And we are not going to stop to PVC. We have expanded ourselves to many applications because we are not going to stop here. If that is the thought, our innovation is never going to die. So I still tell everybody, have belief in yourself, have conviction, implement and innovate. That's the game of the entire business or any entrepreneurship. I thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak on this platform. I thank SP Jain, Institute of Global Management, which is AIFMB now, Dr. Shrestha, Sujata ma'am, and my professors, Professor Samish Dalal and Dr. Anil Menon, who is my guru and my business coach also. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. Please follow me on LinkedIn. Right, I have presented all my links over here for the company, for myself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rana. What a pleasant way to start the morning with, an inspiring story of a person who himself has, being a part of this journey of turnaround. And one thing on a lighter note, like you might have discovered through demonetization, I also discovered the secret private purse of my wife, where she stored some money. So now
I think this is the Indian culture, sir.
so that is a little secret that we had an advantage as a business as a husband because of the demonetization. But mesmerizing, I must use this word, mesmerizing. Had it had not been a limit of time, Mr. Rana, then I would have, this is my favorite subject. I've been telling you many times we have interacted. This is my favorite subject of turnaround. I personally have got a huge respect for the people who are, who have this capability, because not only India but world wants people like you who can, deliver it. And especially when we are talking about India of future. So I'm sure that people like you, more and more people who are inspired by stories like you, would make it a larger way in the future, that we are expecting India to be crossing GDPs into millions and trillions. So thank you, Mr. Rana. Thank you for your kind presence, and thank you very much, Dhanashri, for making it happen for us. Thank you. So moving ahead, may I request Nitin to put on the introduction of Vivek, sir, please. I would like you to introduce our session chair, uh, Dr. Vivek Kushwa, sir. He is with us. Good morning, sir. So I would like to take this opportunity to introduce this a very young, dynamic director of Institute of Business Management and Research, IPS Academy. Sir has got a very rich experience of 24 years. He has worked in industry as well as in academics as well. He has several research papers to his credit. Uh, I have stopped counting it after 69. I believe, sir, 80 as of now. So stopped counting after that. So he has guided 20 research scholar. I am one of them, and presently there are 8 other who are working under his able supervision. He has successfully conducted training programs of MCX Exchange Mumbai, and I'm equally happy to tell the August gathering that he is a certified entrepreneurship trainer by National Entrepreneurship Network, a Wadhwani Foundation, in association with IIM Bangalore and Stanford University, USA. So heartily welcome, sir, to this session. I have also, I believe she would be joining in with us very shortly. Dr. Naila Azaz, she would be joining us from Canada, though it is quite late for her, but I believe she would be there with us in some time. Uh, she's a professor at Senetal Public College in Ontario, Canada. So, Vivek sir, with your permission, can we begin with the proceedings for the day? Shall I start with the presentations?
Please, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So, to all the presenters, I would request one thing to start with. That we got a good number of presentations.
Chabra sir, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you begin, I would just like to greet Vivek sir. Thank you, Vivek sir, for joining us today and sparing time for us. And we look forward to your informative ideas and observations on the presentations for the day. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you, Rinku ma'am. I'm really thankful to be a part of this 2 days international conference, and I'm sure about it as far as the contribution and participants who are presenting their paper. This will enrich all of us as far as our learnings is concerned. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank
you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, to all the participants, I would request one thing, that with the permission of chair, I would like to make this announcement to all the participants that since we have got a long list of presenters, so I would request everyone to please restrict themselves to maybe say 4 to 5 minutes, please. Okay, please be restricted to this time. In this thing, we would like to know from you your broad idea of research and your important findings. Rather than reading the entire thing, we would like you to stay back with this. In those words, the takeaways. What are your primary from what are your primary takeaway, what a person can take away from your research? So please stay back with that, so that sounds very enriching to every one of us. So in this series, with the permission of chair, I would like to invite the first presenter, Dr. Lalit Singh Jadon.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Sahab. You are the most fresh one, fresh of the recently being doctorate. Dr. Lalit Jadon, he heads the marketing at Renaissance University. So over to you.
Thank you, sir. So, good morning, everyone. I would like to share my slides. Just a minute.
So are you able to see the share option, Lalit sir?
Yes. Now,
Okay.
is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible. Impact of career counseling on students.
Right, sir. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning, all the dignitaries and everyone who's listening to me. And thanks a lot, Shesh Sabra, sir, because of you, I have my PhD with me. Because of your motivation, I have started with my PhD. So again, thanks a lot for you. So my topic is impact of career counseling on students. So let me go through one basic model. Like I'll go through introduction, research methodology, result analysis, and finding and limitations. So introduction, like career counseling from the era of Mahabharata. If in case the only thing which Arjun got from Lord Krishna is counseling, and if in case research program, if we'll go through APJ Abdul Kalam's Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam's life, he also mentioned that Jahangir Babaji counseled him a lot to get space power in India. So you see, every front, in political front, in educational front, in social front, in life fronts, emotional fronts, psychological fronts, you need one thing which is basically a counseling. So I have gone through this particular thing, like whether counseling impact students for the selection of their career or not. So my objective is to identify the effect of career counseling and to understand the attitude change of a student after career counseling. So many times, we have gone through this, like a student from a very beginning, he got career counseling, and he afterwards he selected in so and so exams, which is toughest. For example, in UPSC, if in case students get their career counseling in the standard 10th standard, then it is easy for them to crack exam in first or second go. So career counseling, yes, it impacts a lot. So such type of, because of that, I have gone through this objective. So my research methodology is like, I have circulated a questionnaire amongst a group of 160 students. So I have circulated two questionnaires basically. So out of 160, only 80 were given career counseling, and 80 were not given career counseling. And these two groups, A group 80, B group 80, I have circulated two different basic questionnaires. So respondent was like this, like gender ratio, if in case will go, so 58.97% in which students are male, and 41.03 is female. So student who has got a counseling, not got counseling. So I have asked them a question: are you clear about your careers? So 61.54% of students are from basically control group were not sure about their career plans. So my result is in front of you. 61, approximately 62%, they don't know which career they are going to opt. only 39% were knowing about their careers, clarity about their careers. So second question, did you have knowledge of all the available career options after 12th grade? So in that, again, 70%, approximately 70% students, they don't know the available career option, all the options available after grade 12. Only 30% were knowing this. See, we are having somewhere around 182 career options after 12th. So many of us also don't know what all the careers are available, because as per my knowledge, if in case nowadays if we'll go with a different genre, so like blockchain auditor is also a course after 12th which is available right now in India. So again, a very good course, very good career path. If in case a student is having very good command over differentiation, integration, differential equation, probability, correlation, regression, then that such type of courses is good for that type of students to get their life skills. So again, we have some more courses, for example, DMLT, XMLT, X-ray, OT type of technicians course. This is a very good course for bio student, but again, they don't know about such type of choices. They'll run behind NEET exams and all. But a second grade student who are not that what we can say exposed enough towards subject, so they can opt such type of subject. Again, very good career path is there. So many options are available, but student after 12, they don't know such type of course, and because of that, they have go through a traditional path, a traditional knowledge bank, peer effect, relative effects, career asking career from different websites, non-authentic websites. So this is not good for their careers. So again, my third question, are you confident about your career choice? See, still if you'll go to any institute, any institute, so if in case you'll ask about them ki, like, you have done your engineering, oh very good, so you are confident about engineering, they'll they don't reply in that sense that they are confident. And again, my research shows that after having that course in their hand, they are not confident about that course, and whether that will lead to their career or not. So again, after counseling, my 80 student, I have did that counseling, and in after counseling, I have asked same questions, and they have replied. 60% of them, basically, they are confident. They help to like counseling decide to help them to decide their career. So again, here it shows that counseling does matter, because nowadays what happen, students are a bit confused about nation, profession and fashion. So again, nation, profession and fashion, because in terms of portraying their value, they are they show their nationalist attitude. But during selection of their course without counseling, they go through a fashion of migrating towards a big cities, fashion of migrating towards a different course, fashion of migrating towards a what you can say, a market which is not explored, which is not explained in enough manner. So this is again, I find in my research that nation, profession and fashion is nowadays, a key deciding role for selection of student career. So again, my second one, are you confident about your career? Again, same question. 71% of them are now confident after getting their counselings. My finding, career counseling play an important role in a student's life, because see, it is important, but again, one more important thing is, like, from where you are getting that career counseling, whether that person is eligible to give you career counseling, where that website is eligible to give you career counseling. So career counseling is important. And as per my knowledge, like, if in case we'll go through national education policy, so they have made this thing mandate that student, after sixth standard, they'll get their career counseling, and that is why they have introduced coding in a sixth standard. So as per my findings, like, career counseling is very important. What you can easily, if in case you want to choose, go through a fine career in your life. And my study, I have already shown. So, Venka madam, there is some problem.
Yes.
And my limitation was the student was this group and the control group is very small, and multidisciplinary, multi-dimensional, subject oriented student study should perform. So that was my limitation. And again, thanks a lot, everyone, for this patience listening. I am open for any type of question.
Okay. Any questions to be raised? Okay, I think, Lalit sir, that was a great presentation. It's your domain area. So well done on that. Okay, so we move on with the next presentation. Mrs. Someshwari and Dr. Lakshmana P on CSR of career counseling on students. CSR activities towards women empowerment.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mrs. Someshwari, are you there?
Yes, sir. Am I audible? Am I
Okay,
audible?
I would request all the presenters to please introduce themselves. Means,
Am I audible,
where
sir?
do they come from, and then start with the presentation. And please limit yourself to your major findings and, uh, what was your research agenda, what were your major research findings. In that way, the key takeaways. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Please carry on with your presentation.
Hello. Okay, sir. Thank you. I hope my screen is visible to all,
Yes,
sir.
your screen is visible to us.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. I am Someshwari. I am research scholar from Department of Commerce, Davangere University, Karnataka. My co-author and my research supervisor, Dr. Lakshmana P. Today, I am going to have a discussion on CSR activities towards women empowerment, a study on JSW Steelworks, Vijayanagara, Karnataka. We make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. With this beautiful quote, I want to start my introduction. The corporate social responsibility refers to the societal contribution made by the businesses through their economic activities and social investment. As we know, business services use the resources from the different society. In turn, they have some responsibility towards the society and societal needs. This is the basic funda behind the CSR activities. Without taking much time for the introduction, I'll just move. CSR in India. As far as India is concerned, CSR is not a new concept. Many business houses were doing the activities in the CSR concept through charity and donations. But in India, CSR has long been regarded as a charitable endeavor. And with the addition of Section 135 to the Companies Act 2013, India became the first country to have a statutorily mandatory CSR for particular companies subject to the Act provision. That requirement is the company should have a net worth of rupees 500 crore or more, a turnover of rupees 1000 crore or more, or a net profit of rupees 500 crore or more. These companies should spend 2% of the average net profit of the immediately preceding 3 years on the CSR activities. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So here some CSR activities covered by the Schedule
Ma'am,
7.
just to interrupt you, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your slide is struck on the first slide itself. Your slideshow is struck on the first slide itself. And if you can, please point out major findings and
Yeah.
major findings of your research.
Okay. Is it visible now, sir?
Yeah, it's visible.
Now, which slide is showing, sir? May I
Uh,
know?
if you can continue from the findings, what were the major findings of your study?
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
So these are the main flagship project of the JSW Foundation company. They are concentrating on health program, agri livelihoods, farm livelihoods, and education. As far as my research article is concerned, I'm only concentrating on the CSR activities towards the women empowerment. So this is the first and major activities of the JSW Limited. That is the JSW Shakti or a rural BPO. In this, JSW Shakti is a unique technology-based initiative run by the JSW Foundation that aims to provide employment to women above 18 years. Through this project, JSW has set up 8 women-only BPO centers in the rural parts of the Karnataka. With this, they are going to serve they are going to give a quality services to their esteemed client like ICICI, Tandon Group, Goenco Group, TCS, and many companies. So their next project is like Mahila Dairy Development Group. Under this project, JSW Foundation has started a group to provide a financial assistance. Initial support from the JSW will be 1 lakh to the women for starting the dairy business for purchasing the cow and buffaloes. Under this project, 100 self-help groups are opened. Over 1,245,245 women's members are getting benefited by this project. And SHG formation, under this project also JSW took initiative to open more than 300 self-help groups and 30 villages covered, and 3,750 women got benefited from this project. And also they are doing a skill enhancement program like JSW Skills School. An initiative of JSW Foundation aims to improve the employmentability of the women by offering some industrial centric courses for occasional skill enhancement like chakki making business, agarbatti baking business, tailoring training classes for ladies. More than 3,000 women have got benefited from this program. And the waste paper recycling unit, under this project also, waste paper recycling unit has been opened by the JSW Foundation. So here I have some suggestions and conclusion part. Corporate social responsibility is more than a topic to debate. It's transforming society fate and face, and it should be adopted willingly by all business. Nowadays, everyone is talking about the CSR, but only the some companies are doing really good, and they want to have some transformation in the society. But some companies are only for doing the namesake and for the report purpose. So here I want to conclude. JSW is really doing and helping the women to have a transformation changes in their development, economic and social development of the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Someshwari. Obviously, we would be not only as a part of mandate, but otherwise also many companies are engaged in providing a better future by through their own CSR activities. So that's a good thought on that thing. So next, I invite.
For giving me opportunities for presenting my case.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So next, I invite Vidhi Modi. Vidhi, are you here?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Vidhi. You can start with your presentation, please.
Sure, sir. Just give me a moment.
And after Vidhi, I request Dr. Anupama Sinha to be ready with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Sir, it is asking me to take over from Someshwari ji as the main presenter.
Okay. If you can please, stop the screen share so that.
I stopped my screen sharing, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Vidhi, can you take? Are you able to present it now?
Is my screen visible, sir, now?
Just a second. Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Please carry on.
Namaste, everybody. My name is Vidhi Modi. I am an assistant professor at the Department of Bank Management in Etraj College for Women from Chennai. Very glad to be part of this conference and to have a small contribution in this big journey. I'll be presenting a paper on entrepreneurship, Unfathomable Pride of India. So it was in 1001 wherein India was a contributor of 33% of the world trade. Our ancestors were into global business with Europe, Middle East, and South Asia. But with the innumerable invasions that we have had, there was a downfall. And for the loyal servants that we were known to be for, but certainly that was not going to be lasting forever, isn't it? So over the 7 decades of freedom that we have had, there has been a slow increment in the number of entrepreneurs. And one of the bottleneck to the growth of entrepreneurship is the lack of ability to empower oneself good enough to be persistent and committed. Therefore, the variables of this study is self-leadership having a relationship with entrepreneurial attitude orientation. Moving further to the research gap which led to this research was, I believe that as the bearers of the glorious past, it is time for the young Indians to retrieve their inheritance for the successful entrepreneurship. So the attitude of these young adults would thus ensure that India reaches the altitude, the immeasurable altitude. So although there has been plenty of literature examining the relationship between these two variables, very limited research has been done in terms of the Indian context, and especially in the exploring of India at 2047. And thereby the purpose of this study is to investigate the perceptions and also the relationship between the factors of the study. I hereby propose the model. So the model that I propose here is that it is these three sub-factors which measures the self-leadership, which is the behavior awareness and volition, task motivation, and constructive cognition, right? And to measure the entrepreneurial attitude orientation, we had the achievement, innovation, personal control, and self-esteem. And after which we understood if there was any sort of a relationship between self-leadership and entrepreneurial attitude. The objectives and hypotheses of the study. Objective was, of course, to examine the two factors of the study and then to analyze the nature and direction of relationship between the two. The hypothesis thus framed was if there was if there existed a significant relationship between self-leadership and entrepreneurial attitude orientation. The research methodology which we adopted here was the primary data was collected through a structured and standardized questionnaire from about 94 final year undergraduate female students, and the two instruments were the questionnaires were modified, and then the statistical tools that we have used was weighted mean and correlation. The results of the study is here as you see in the table, and we understand that the score of the first factor, BAV, indicates that the respondents established their own goals for performance. They work towards by keeping a track of their progress. The results of the second factor, which is task motivation, reveals that the respondents visualize themselves to be extremely successful and reward themselves upon the completion of the task. The score of the third factor, constructive cognition, indicates that in times of difficult situation, they talk to themselves and think about their own beliefs and its accuracy before they take up a decision. Moving further, we have the result of table 2, which talks about the perception of entrepreneurial attitude. So the first factor, achievement, here the respondents were of an opinion that it is essential to analyze their weaknesses first, and post which they are ready to work on business-related projects, for which they are even ready to sacrifice their comfort zone. And the second factor, innovation, the results revealed that the respondents seek not just novelty, but also possess a thrill in approaching the unexpected situation. The third factor, which is personal control, reveals that the respondents work hard, feel responsible for their own good, and the socio-economic conditions does not affect their success, for they believe that the success lies within. The result of the fourth factor, which is self-esteem, it confirms that the respondents did make, they believe in making good impressions, work persistently, but they are connected, but they are concerned about the quality work which they are doing. The next table talks about the relationship between leadership and entrepreneurial attitude orientation, which was done through correlation. And here we see that the R value is significant at 1% level, and therefore we accept the hypothesis. Again, the interpretation for this would also be that they are positively and very strongly correlated. And for this, the reason could possibly be that students of this age, the 19 to 21 age, are in spree of taking initiative and their willingness to serve the nation, to lead the nation. The above result thus promises that along with the help of policymakers, India would emerge in creating a strong entrepreneurial ecosystem by 2047. The implication of the study for policymakers, they are twofold here, policymakers and budding entrepreneurs. For policymakers, by suggestion, or rather the implication of the study would be that apart from the other outside external support that we are giving, it's always essential that they have some bigger campaigns which spreads awareness about the policies that they are framing. And for the budding entrepreneurs, set a holistic vision upon developing their leadership skills, maintain equanimity, and march forward with vigor. For it's always a joy to be job providers than job seekers. conclusion, there is a joy in being a giver than a taker. So self-leadership caters to this idea and makes me realize the vitality of leading the society. I hereby conclude by the last verse of the Bhagavad Gita. Yatra Yogeshwara Krishna, Yatra Partho Nordhara, Yatra Shri Vijayo Bhuti, Dhruva Niti Matir Mama. So it is the man of action with a man of vision, which leads to transformation. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Great. Any questions for Vidhi? That was a well-made presentation, Vidhi. Obviously, how self-confidence, belief in oneself, and you said it very rightly that we would be needing more of entrepreneurs in years to come. Thank you very much, Vidhi, for joining us and presenting a good paper. So, Dr. Anupama Sinha.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Anupama Sinha.
Good morning, ma'am.
My warm regards to the chairperson, sir. And I feel privileged to get a platform to for speaking from such an august platform. And my topic today is the Golden Vision for India at 100 in 2047, Empowered Indian Women. So we are going to celebrate the 100 years of independence and sovereignty. And of course, the freedom and independence is a bliss. And of course, dependence is misery. So we are going to celebrate the independence and sovereignty. We are in 2047, we are completing the centenary of it. And it's high time that we envision about the independence of India in 2047, what India will be in 2047. And we are not, means it is the high time, it is apt to think about it. But our freedom fighters also envisioned greatly about India, the free India. Our Gandhi Bapu, Mahatma Gandhi, he visualized for Ram Rajya, where our country will be free of any kind of exploitation, any kind of corruption. And I would also like to quote a few words from Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, where mind is without fear and head is held high, where knowledge is free and where words are not broken into world is not broken into fragments by narrow domestic walls, into ever widening thoughts and actions into that heaven of freedom. My father left my country awake. So with this view, with these beautiful visions, our freedom fighters, they thought of India, and now we are celebrating the centenary. 100 years are not even a ripple in the flow of human history, but to a generation, it means a long drawn out years of hope, despair, retreat and advances, gains and pains. Year 2047 is not a watershed in the history, but it definitely signifies the end of 1 century of independence to India and the beginning of a new one. The beginning of the new century of independence will be pregnant with expectations of changes, which may be positive or negative, cataclysmic or otherwise. Hence, we need to have the vision that is befitting for the future of India and the vision for adapting of our country to dreams and aspirations, to present and future citizens and fulfilling their expectations, enjoying equal rights and opportunity to all without any discrimination, and easy access to health, education, liberal secularism, progressiveness, and free from poverty. The government that is accountable, transparent, and have policies for empowerment of the weaker, women and children, having 100% literacy, and the women folks who are empowered enough to think freely, critically, and rationally, with no sexist or misogynist approach adopted, and the country is free from all kinds of exploitation. In this direction, we find that our country, in this with this view, our country is striving hard for Vision India at the rate of 2047. At the same time, the blueprint, the plan is being made till the 2022 May, and we are making our country future ready. At the same time, we all know that India is a signatory to the UN 17 SDGs for 2030 agenda. And also we are celebrating 75 years of Azadi Ka Amrit, where we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat. We cannot talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat unless and until the women of India are self-dependent. And of course, when we talk about self-dependence or dignified position of women's status of present India, And when we are talking about that women should think freely, rationally, and critically, they should have enough freedom. Definitely, women are almost they half of the population of Indian society is women. Therefore, unless and until we talk about Atmanirbhar women, also we cannot talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat. So we have to concentrate that on that aspect of the society also.
Anupama,
Just a minute.
ma'am, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but if you can please conclude. We have got a paucity of time, ma'am. Please.
Definitely. The objective of my study, the present study, is envisioning the improved status of women in India through their own efforts, awareness, not being given to them from outside, because the best thermometer for evaluating the condition of any or development of any country is evaluating the status and empowerment of the women. So I have, on the basis of secondary data and review of numerous literatures, I have come to the various indicators of women empowerment and regarding their status at the workplace, whether it is exploitation or hostility, women households capacity in decision making, the extent of the financial autonomy, and inheritance right for the women, freedom of movement to women, political participation and decision making, acceptance of unequal gender role norms are still prevalent in our society, access to education where the literacy rate is still not very much to the mark, and projection on the mass media of women where it is either in the form of sacrificing in the meek way or the sex object, exposure to smartphone, access to digital know-how and internet is still very less among women, and especially more so in the rural area. Violence against women and including inclusive of domestic violence, which we all know that during pandemic the
Anupama,
women
ma'am,
have.
if you can please conclude.
And I would like to conclude that the vision for India is at 2047 is a country where the patriarchy of all form is eliminated, that there will be no female feticide, no female go for forced abortion, women enjoy autonomy on their reproductive right, proper maternal care, no child marriage, domestic violence, violence or anti-women against rape, dowry, bigamy, or misogamy, which hunting is there. Women have significant role in the decision making, and no more of women brutalization or molestation, honor killing, no sexual exploitation or hostile attitude for women at work or public places, no work, no girl child being trafficking, and of course in 2047 there will be no Mathura case, no Babri Devi Manorma case where the justice has been denied to women just on the basis of patriarchal norms working against women, and women are free to move about in the with all dignity and safety. And definitely, since women are cutting across empowerment of women is the integral to all the 17 SDGs. So attaining and sustainable development at Indian level is also for making empowerment for the women. And definitely, digital literacy in women in India is also essential. That will bring them to the workforce. Economic empowerment and educational presently depends upon internet and digital knowledge. In present scenario, online working from home, it gives them new opportunity as well as safety to women from and saves their time. They can all means they can balance between home and the hearth. Means they have been confined to this notion of home, patriarchal notion of home and hearth. So this is fulfilling the goal 9, goal 1, and goal 8 of the sustainable development. By 2047, women have an increase in awareness about improving their mindset of people so that they become empowered by their own rather than being empowered given to them externally. Thank you.
Thank you, Anupama, ma'am. I'm sure that women have and are, and not only they will, but they are playing a great role in the development. So thank you very much, Anupama, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Going forward, may I have Dr. Jagmohan Boro? He's from Assam, I believe. Is he here with us? Dr. Jagmohan Boro, is he here? Dr. Jagmohan Boro, Rethinking of Regionalism in Assam. Okay, I believe he has. I'm not able to connect with him as of now. So we move on with the next presenter, and I would sincerely request, since we have got a number of presentations in for the day, I would request each presenter to please stay with the timeline only of 4 minutes, please. Okay. Present your important findings and what are the key takeaways from your thing. If you can even finish it within 3 minutes, 4 minutes, that would be great. Okay. So I call upon Parth Sengar and Satvik Tuteja to present their idea on uh, the future of startups. Will startups be the future of India? So are you there, Parth Sengar? And
Yes, sir.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
please your presentation, beta.
Yes, sir.
I'm happy to tell everyone that they are the second year students of Daily College Business School, and they are entrepreneurs, and they would be talking about this idea as to how entrepreneurship would be the next big thing in 2047. Yes, Parth.
So is my slide visible?
Yes, Satvik, it's visible. Please go ahead, beta.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Satvik Tuteja, and my friend name is Path Singer, and we are from the cleanest city of India, Indore. We are currently studying in Daily College Business School, and we are going to present on the topic future of startups in India.
What is a startup? Startup is a company that is undertaken by an entrepreneur to seek, develop, and validate a scalable business model. Entrepreneur is someone who takes financial risk to earn money.
So
Current
moving
situation
on,
of
if we are talking about the current situation of few startups in India, the Indian economy is the one of the third largest in ecosystem relating to the startups, and this economy is mainly dominating by women's entrepreneurs who are at 14%. In India, the city named Bangalore is one of the world's five fastest growing startup city, and it's also the 20 leading startup cities, and it is awarded as one of the best startup city in 2019. Indian government have recognized several startups more than 40,000, and these startups are creating more than 4 lakh jobs for Indians. Indian startups are also reached 38 unicorns. Unicorns are the startups which reach the valuation of $1 billion, and 319 startups were granted tax exemptions, and different types of policies have been given by the government to them.
future scope of startup. It is estimated that the number of startups in India will exceed 75,000 by 2022. That could well change how the labor market as well as the overall economy works in India. Why startup are the future? Startup create job opportunity. As now there are so many startups building, so it will create job opportunities for the labor class, and unemployment is the one of the major issue that India is suffering from now. Creativity. Almost every successful startup is has a common point that it has creative ideas. Actually, they are the solutions to the daily life problems. Economic growth. Uh, like in 2010, the startup was supporting somewhat 550 million dollars having worth of 550 million dollars, and by now 2020 it has exceeded to somewhat $20 billion.
If we talk about this for sources from where the startups are getting funding, there are different types of sources. For example, personal saving, bootstrapping, accelerators, angel investors, and mainly startups first at the very early stage, they are funding or they are using their savings for execution of their plan and bringing out in there. Then there are different programs like Shark Tank India, which are also promoting startups and by giving them funds and maintain and giving them guidance to how to grow their startups.
Satvik, if you can please conclude on the presentation, please.
Yes, sir.
The government is providing many benefits and incentives to the businessmen to create startups and start startups by giving 80% of rebate of their patent and 50% of rebate on their trademarks.
So they are very top. They are very startups in India. The top 10 startups are Unacademy, Create, Upgrade, etc. And the reason of the failure of the startups are they are not able to generate much money as they have expected, and they have not done their research. So to conclude, I would like to say that the startups are the future of India, and all the entrepreneurs who are doing startups are at the great success. So thank you everyone. And any questions?
Any questions for Parth and Satvik? Okay, that was fair enough, Parth and Satvik.
Thank you,
I'm
sir.
pretty sure that young entrepreneurs like you would make startups the future of India. Thank you very much for your presentation. So, may I invite Mr. Rahul Paswan? एक अच्छा सब्जेक्ट उन्होंने लिया है, डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर और भारतीय संविधान. राहुल पासवान जी, आप हैं यहाँ पर? Mr. Rahul Paswan with the topic Dr. Bhim Rao Ambedkar or Bharatiya Samvidhan. Okay, I think we are not able to connect with Mr. Rahul Paswan. We will get back to him shortly. Now, I request Pankuri Agrawal, Roma Khanna, Dr. Vipin Jain. They have got an idea to be presented on leadership in global business environment. I repeat, Pankuri Agrawal, Roma Khanna, and Dr. Vipin Jain. Leadership in global business environment. Are they here? Any one of the presenters? Am I audible to the gathering? So, Dr. Pankuri Agrawal, Roma Khanna, and Dr. Vipin Jain. Anyone here? Okay. We move on with the next presentation with Professor Mrs. Yamini Chajlani. She's working as an assistant professor with Delhi College Business School. She would be talking about the future of marketing, how technology would lead the marketing in future. So over to you, Yamini ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Professor Yamini Chajlani. Can I request Nitin sir to please play my PPT? Thank you, sir. Okay, my topic today is the new paradigm in marketing, the technological way ahead, future vision for India at 100 in 2047. I'd like to talk about technology. My objective today is going to be to identify the impact of technology on India and to study the future impact of social media marketing on the stakeholders of India. The methodology that I have used is observational study. It's based on secondary data only. Okay, if we talk about technology today, we're aware that marketing mainly happens online. So before we used to have hoardings and you used to have those cable wires running all over your colony, and people had a lot of wiring that used to take place in order to run a cable or run a channel, even like as simple as Doordarshan. But today, everything is available on a 3 inches dongle. So you can access Netflix, YouTube, Hulu, Sony, Live, Prime, Z, everything online, right? So marketing now is totally different. It's based on podcast and social media marketing. Social media marketing basically comprises of influencers who get paid to endorse a particular brand. So initially the generations used to bank on Shah Rukh Khan or Amitabh Bachchan actually endorsing a brand and you purchasing it. But now it's more on endorsement by social media marketers who probably do a research and they with conviction actually endorse a particular brand and people trust that. So it depends on the number of followers and they get paid to do that as well because they are authentic with their research, right? So obviously today everything has changed. We are able to understand this also. Podcasts today give us a lot of information as well as entertainment, both. So the future ahead is based on all of these gadgets and all of these social media portals. Unlike the past where everything was on a mobile, and not everyone accessed a mobile, and mobile was more of just communicating from one person to the other. Today you can have conferences, you can have information tech, and not that all these channels are available only on television. On your tab, on your mobile, everything is accessible easily. So obviously we've moved to a better world today that way. The future ahead is basically on AI for marketing ahead. It's big data. People are buying out data today from companies to get database and information. So if you talk about a bank, you talk about a brand, you talk about a mall, you talk about anything, everyone is buying data. Means your mobile number, your email addresses, your social media access is all bought. So it is all saleable data. It's all on AI. The next generation today, even 7 years old plus children are taking online classes for companies that teach robotics and AI. Like, they make those children more tech savvy as compared to what we were probably even one generation ago. So companies like White Hat Junior and Algorithmics, which is a Russian run brand, they're all doing online teaching for people, right? So the next generation, your new customers, the new age customers are all going to be online. And fortunately or unfortunately, due to the COVID era, people are more now accessing online classes, online courses, Google Classroom for a class 1 or a PKG. So you know where we are headed to. And it's a virtual way ahead. Look at us. We are also attending an international conference today, which again is online thanks to the Google platform. Okay, challenges and recommendations for India ahead. Lack of literacy in rural areas. Whether we accept it or not, it is no point of denial when we say that our rural area has less amount of population. So we need to literate those people. We need to educate that population in order for India to grow ahead technologically, because only once those people are technologically more savvy, we will be on a larger platform internationally. Technological advancements are missing. We need to innovate and use our manforce efficiently, as well as skill our manpower. Right? So we have mobile phones, we have tabs, we have all the gadgets, but how to use them effectively and efficiently, and to be able to use it to the best capacity, that is still missing, I would say. Connectivity, we're talking about 4G, 5G, needs to be effectively and efficiently implemented in our country, because we can talk about GST, we can talk about demonetization, but if it's not efficiently rolled out because of the population constraint that we have in our country, it's going to be of no good to us, right? And we need to concentrate on a sustainable tomorrow, of course, because we can talk about technology, we can talk about us going to space and all of that, but we need to secure our country for our future generation as well. We need to take care of that. We need to teach even the future generation about sustainability, and we need to grow with sustainable ways ahead. Thank you. We are looking forward to a better India, a technological India ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yamini ma'am. That was a very crisp and, what should I say, apt way, apt presentation. Obviously technology would be the future. So thank you very much for leading us to that future, idea into technologies. Okay. So now can I request Dr. Rajesh Kumar Mangla, scope of skill development in India. Dr. Rajesh. Dr. Rajesh, am I audible to you? And Dr. Rajesh, are you there to present your research on skill development in India, a very apt subject for today's young generation? So I think there is some connectivity issue. I would request Yogaraj to please connect with these people whom we have called up for the presentation, if they are able to connect with us, or are they facing any problem of the connectivity, so that it can be sorted on that thing. Thank you. So Akhileshwar Kumar and Dr. Arun Kumar Singh. Akhileshwar Kumar, Mr. Akhileshwar Kumar. Mr. Akhileshwar Kumar. Okay. So now I invite another student group of ours, Shubham Mishra and Akshat Agrawal. They would be talking about financial planning, the future of financial planning, an important aspect of managing personal and industrial finance. Shubham Mishra and Akshat Agrawal. Are you here? Shubham Mishra and Akshat Agrawal. Okay, so we have got one of our students joining in from De Montfort
Yes, sir, we are
University,
there.
UK. Shreya, okay, Akshat Agrawal. Okay, Shreya Gangwar, please be ready with your presentation after Akshat. And after that, I would request Mr. Tanay Chaudhary. So I repeat the sequence. As of now, Mr. Shubham Mishra and Akshat Agrawal, both student of DCBS, are presenting. Then I would request Shreya Gangwar, our student from DMU UK, she would be presenting, and then Mr. Tanay Chaudhary. So please be prepared with your presentation. Thank you. Akshat, over to you. Please continue.
So is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon. I'm Mishra and this is my friend Akshat Agrawal from the Daily College Business School. And today we are going to present to you a presentation on millennials' attitude towards financial planning and investments. It is based on literature review done of various research papers published in various journals for the same similar topics. So, Akshat.
Traditional financial planning has various aspects, ranging from calculating net worth, determining cash flows, and considering priorities, and various other consideration of long-term investment and comprehensive risk management. The main purpose of financial planning is to achieve long-term financial goals.
Transition from traditional style of financial planning and investments have been observed in the new generations, and they have adopted various new methods to invest their wealth and achieve their financial goals. Young generation are champions to change when it comes to traditional financial services due to variety of factors and the available knowledge and exposure to them. And the millennials have developed a special preference for new financial services, and 50% of millennials count out on new fintech companies and startups for their investment plans rather than the traditional services offered by the banks. Conservative investor psychology has been adopted by various millennials uh, due to the effect of markets, due to the major market crash and corrections they have gone through, like the housing crisis and the market crash in 2008 and 9. And they this has also led to a increase in cash in hand and rather uh, preferential increased preference towards liquidity than in investments. The rise of robo advising, that is the preference towards taking advice from online rather than sitting and doing a financial planning with an advisor or from a bank or institute has increased due to various factors, because the robo advising offers decreased fees and cost of investment, and the decreased trustworthiness of financial planners had increased in the markets, and online financial services have increased simplicity and flexibility and increased automation and increased alternative investment opportunities. Millennials also are also prone to alternative investment categories such as real estate funds and other non-traditional investments like cryptocurrency and other uh, tangible assets available online. To conclude, the future of personal finance for has changed from banking to budgeting to saving for investments. The money behavior of millennials has had an indelible impact on the way personal finance works in this current 21st century. all these factors are more likely to contribute to a very different financial landscape and a different set of financial priorities as the new generation enters adulthood and takes to reins on these financials. Financial planners and banks and firms need to adopt to the new market dynamics and to enable to sustain and the rise of this digital financial services has a significant effect on the traditional financial planning methods which were prevailing in since the last century. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubham and Akshat. That was an insightful presentation on how financing becomes an important idea. Okay, I now call upon Shreya Gangwar, our student from De Montfort University, UK. She's in the final year studying at UK. Shreya, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning for UK and good afternoon for India. Happy to see you, Beta, after so long.
Thank you.
Okay. So, can you start with your presentation? And after Shreya, I would request Mr. Tanay Chaudhary on urbanization and labor in the gig economy.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tanay Chaudhary, and thereafter I would request Mrs. Fatima Meherim.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
I don't have the screen share option available.
Yogaraji, if we can please make the screen share option available to Shreya, please. Thank you. Thank you.
I got it. Thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible, Shreya. Please carry on. And if you can be please focused on the findings and what are the main takeaways from your research. Thank you.
So, very good morning to one and all present. And I'm Shreya Gangwar, and my research topic is family earnings and attitude of retail investors towards savings and investments. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, according to the data of global economic outbreak, the spread of COVID-19 has estimated the loss of 4.5% of GDP and and the forecasted loss of GDP in 2022 is 5.6%. So during the COVID-19, basically the rate of inflation remained high, and because of the job losses increased, resulting in the fixed return investment investors continuously losing their purchasing power with lagging the rate of inflation and generating a negative real rate of return. So, according to ADP report, the economic losses in India range between 7% to 10% of its GDP, which propagated the negative fear and negative reaction amongst the investors. As the RBI lending rate reduced so much that it was reduced below the saving bank account interest rate. Also, you can see the change in the preference for investment option during the COVID and before the COVID and during the COVID-19. So majorly the investors were so much feared that they would like to invest in the mutual funds more. So this is the breakdown of India's household savings. So gross financial savings of India was amounted to 22.8 billion. That is 31.4% of India's GDP. The net household savings was 40.6% of the share, and physical asset had 50.8% share, while gold and silver have 1.1%. Mutual fund comprised of 2% of the gross financial household saving. So basic objective of this this research is to find the factors influencing the retail investors' investment decision in the tier 2 cities of central India during the COVID-19, and also to find the association between the family annual income with the variables like past investment, risk tolerance, safety of principles, tax benefit, research, online investment, and financial planning. So the research methodology used during this was by surveying through a Google questionnaire, by using the primary and secondary data of research, and descriptive cross-sectional design was used with the sampling method of convenience and snowball, and sample size taken was 97, with the hypothesis testing done, an analysis of reliability test, descriptive, chi-square test, Kramer-V, contingency coefficient, and mean analysis. So these were my hypothesis framed using the dependent variable and the association between family annual income with the variables. So the mean analysis and the descriptive statistics showed inferred that the high net worth investors like to like to monitor their investments more, and compared to the lower income groups that prefer more on taking their professional advice from the outsiders compared to friends and relatives. Also the online self mode investment, it's still not so popular in India because of the technological advancement, and also because of people not comfortable in the technology. Also, like
Shreya, if you can please highlight the important findings.
Yes. So my key findings from this was that the 27 factors were identified using the secondary data sources. So creation of wealth generation was important to 44.3% of the respondent, and 33 find risk tolerance as the most influencing factor, with the tax benefit being the most influencing, and taking advice from friends and relatives being the least. Also, saving tax has been important to 58.8% of the investors, and 16.5% investor believe that their past investment returns were only satisfied, and 37.1% respondent prefer to invest through the online self-investment mode. So the association of family income with various variables like safety of principal, tax benefit don't have any significant association, while past investment returns and risk made a very important role in decision making. While the online investment mode is still not popular among the investors, so the so the conclusion is that demographic factors such as annual income do play an important role in decision making, and further our country should actually work on teaching the investors, especially female, to invest in financial markets and to develop their portfolio and become more technologically advanced to teach the people in the country to invest more and risk-free investments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you very much. That's a very well presented thing, and very good research, I must say. Okay, so I have Dr. Jagmohan Boro. I think Dr. Jagmohan Boro, he is here with us. These names I had called. I'm calling it again. If anyone is present, please start with your presentation. Mr. Rahul Paswan, Mr. Pankhuri Agrawal, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Mangla, or Mr. Tanay Chaudhary.
Sir, yes, I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Tanay, please be ready with your presentation after Fatima Mehrim ma'am has presented. So over to you, Fatima Mehrim ma'am. Please start with your presentation.
Good morning, everyone.
Uh,
Sorry, good noon.
Yeah, good noon.
So, how are you? How are you, sir? Just
All well, all well.
I'll just connect to my presentation, sir.
Yeah, sure. So meanwhile, just to update, Fatima Mehri ma'am is continuing her PhD from Renaissance University, Indore.
Sir, is my presentation visible?
Not yet. I believe it would be shortly. Yes, it is visible. So if you can, if you can please be focused on your findings and what are the key takeaways from your research?
Sure, sir. So the topic of my paper is I'm doing a performance evaluation of banks in UAE. These are the contents which I'll be covering. The banking structure. UAE is basically a Muslim country, as we all know. So here we have two basic types of banks functioning, which is conventional banks and Islamic banks. Conventional banks, when I speak, I mean the normal commercial banks in general terms. And Islamic banks is the banks which operate as per the laws of Sharia. So these are the basic structure. There are 48 banks in UAE today. 21 are local banks and 27 foreign banks. When I say local banks, I mean in these banks, the majority of the stakeholding is of locals, approximately 60% to be precise. So this is the structure of the banks. And one more important difference is when it is a local bank, it is tax-free, whereas foreign banks need to pay 20% on the tax. Since it is a comparative evaluation, I'll give a short brief of what conventional bank and Islamic banking is. In a convention or a normal bank, a client gives money as a lender to the bank, and bank in turn gives interest to the client. This is the standard format. Now, when we compare it to Islamic banks, in Islamic banking, it operates as per the Sharia laws, and Sharia law says that interest is forbidden. So how does the bank work? In this scenario, the client gives, the bank purchases goods and services for the client, and in turn shares profits with the client. So it is a profit sharing mechanism instead of a buyer-lender mechanism. The client and the banks are partners in most of the settings. These are my objectives. I'm comparing financial performance of Islamic and conventional banks. I have chosen 3 banks, 3 Islamic banks and 3 conventional banks. I'm also comparing service quality of both the banks. These are the hypotheses which I'll be testing. Research methodology is, this is a descriptive study. I have used the content already available. I have also used questionnaire method for collection of service quality attributes. Around 600 questionnaires are used. Data for the banks was usually collected from the published websites. These are the ratios which I used to evaluate the financial performances: debt-equity ratio, return on assets, return on equity, and earning per share. Now, these ratios are the major for finding the KPIs of the bank. Debt-equity ratio, as we all know, it is a measure of debts and equity. Return on assets, it's the how much income the bank has generated with the assets. Return on equity is a very important ratio because this is how what is interested, because this is how much income the shareholders will get from the bank. Earning per share is again a very important ratio. It shares how much income is generated per value of the share. Now, these are the general findings. I'll go very fast as Dr. Chabra requested me. So these are the stats.
Thank you.
These are the stats. Commercial banks in general have performed better as compared to Islamic banks when return on assets has compared. I have found the same results for return on equity as well. For some banks like Dubai Islamic banks have improved, but Emirates, NBD and all have also improved. Debt equity ratio, these are my stats. Earning per share, commercial banks have again surpassed Islamic banks in this. Now, coming to my second attribute, service quality, I have measured 5 variables: tangibility, reliability, responsiveness, assurance, and empathy. These variables are a measure of how services are provided and how far the customers are happy with the services of both the types of banks. This is a brief review of my findings. I would like to just cut it short. For the conventional banks, I didn't find any major difference in the ratios. So both the banks performed almost on the same level. As far as service quality is concerned, conventional banks performed much better than the Islamic banks. The suggestions which I would like to give is that Islamic banks is a new concept. So they have to work more on the standardization of their products and apply much more prudence in decision making. Also, the products of Islamic banks are not very familiar to the customers. So they have to work on that as well. Service quality, again, conventional banks performed much better. So Islamic bank has to perform or improve on their quality attributes so that they get more customers, because Dubai is a very competitive market, as we all know. So in order to survive here and in order to compete with the conventional banks, Islamic banks have a much big road ahead. Conventional banks need to bring more innovative products, because all the products are like very old, and also focus on the determinants and indicators of development. I would also like to add here that blockchain, digital marketing, cryptocurrencies have all penetrated banking industries, but it is still in a very initial stage when I talk about Dubai. As far as banking services are concerned, Dubai is mostly a digital bank now. I myself hardly visit any bank or any branch. It is all on the internet, all on the laptop. So it is a very positive thing as the world is going. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was a very crisp and apt presentation. You compared two relevant ideas of being governed by the Sharia laws, and then what you call as the Indian banks on that thing. Thank you very much for this comparison. Okay, I have got a message from Dr. Jagmohan Boro. Dr. Jagmohan, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, we have been calling your name. I've been looking forward to you and your presentation, Rethinking on Regionalism in Assam.
Yes, sir.
So,
Sir,
are you ready with your presentation?
Sir, actually, I have health issues. That's why I'm little bit uncomfortable to speak on my paper. If you can pardon me, please, sir.
No issues, Dr. Jagmohan. We would have loved to hear you on a very different type of perspective of Assam, but I understand that you are not keeping well, I believe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, please take care of your health and be well very soon.
Okay, sir.
We wish you all the best of your health. Okay,
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jagmohan. Mr. Tanay Chaudhary.
Yes, sir.
Are you ready with your paper, Urbanization and Labor in the Gig Economy, the case of cab aggregators platforms in Guwahati city?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and after Mr. Tanay Chaudhary has presented, I would like Avni and Akanksha Bihani to be presenting, and after that, Yashvi Patle. Okay, so, okay, Mr. Chaudhary, please start with your presentation.
So,
and I would again request to, be focused on your findings. Okay, what are the key takeaways?
Yeah,
so if you can, around in 3-5 minutes, you can present your key takeaways.
Yes,
Mr. Chaudhary.
Sir, my screen is visible?
No, as of now, no.
Okay.
And I would also like to inform you that this session, which we are conducting in association with Research Foundation of India, is being live telecasted through Facebook, and it's there on the YouTube also. Okay, so over to Mr. Chaudhary.
So is it visible now?
It's visible. It's visible now.
Okay, so my paper is on urbanization and the labor in gig economy. So basically, as we approach the fourth industrial revolution, the fourth industrial revolution is a term which was coined by the founder of World Economic Forum. So the fourth industrial revolution is something where the trade in goods or the trade in mainly services is more digitized. So gig economy plays a major role in the fourth industrial revolution. So, and when we talk about the gig economy, it's mainly concentrated in the urban areas because of both high population density as well as basic infrastructure like the fast internet. So when we talk about economics or trade, basically, so initially or traditionally, in the political economists' discourse, services did not find a proper place in the narrative, in the economic narrative, because services was mainly concentrated to restaurants or going to for a haircut or taking a loan from a bank. But eventually, as Bhagavati in 1984 states, services came to acquire a more tradable form.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Chaudhary. If you can please be focused on
so
takeaways, please.
So basically, yes. So basically, we moved on from goods to services, basically. So a major chunk of the workforce basically moved from agriculture to services. So we see basically displacement of the rural population from rural to the urban in search of employment. And so we saw a decline in the population engaged in agriculture, and we saw an increase in population engaged in services, and that was complemented with a rise in urban population as well. But we see this displacement was basically because these people who migrated from the rural to urban were distressed. Basically, they were not doing very well, and that's why they had to migrate. So Aditi Suri, while she did a research on cab aggregators or the cab drivers based in Bangalore, she found that 60% of the sample drivers migrated to the city from drought-prone conditions because they could not survive well in the rural areas. They had to migrate to the urban areas. And of course, that was complemented with the unemployment issue. Unemployment rate was 6.1% in 2019, which was a 45% high. And that's why many undergraduates and diploma holders basically migrated to the gig economy. So from 85 lakhs people in 2016 who were engaged in gig economy, it increased to 117 lakhs in 2017, and it reached 150 lakhs in 2018. So we see like a 50, not 50, but like close to 50% rise from 2016 to 2018. So many people have left their jobs or like sold their lands to find a place in the gig economy. So, and same has happened in Guwahati city as well. And this phenomenon is specifically relevant in the post-liberalization period. So while we see rise of Mumbai or Bangalore, which is the financial hub or the IT hub respectively, in Guwahati, when we see Guwahati, which is a city in Northeast India, the most developed city, but as we know, like in the region is a backward region if you consider the whole nation state perspective. So although a major chunk of the population was engaged in the service sector, traditionally, even before that boom of digitized services, more than 80% of the population engaged in Guwahati were engaged in services, but they were informal services. So maybe they were street vendors or construction workers, but they were services, but not the globalized, digitized services as we see now. So now the gig economy, the objective of the survey of the study is like, what is the impact of the gig economy?
Mr. Chaudhary, I'm really sorry. If you can please be focused on your findings, please. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just fast forward then. So
thank you very much.
So out of 78 participants, 59 drivers bought a loan on a bank loan. The drivers said instead the company addressed them as driver partners or entrepreneurs, and many drivers felt these terminologies actually gave them an image of self-significance. And they had a lot of hope when they entered these platforms, but they were unaware that their incomes would be forever like tied to the whims of the company itself. So as we know, the company eventually increased the commissions, and it was difficult for the drivers to keep up with the EMIs to keep up with the livelihood. So another issue is the algorithm issue. Also, there are two versions to it. One is like the company's version is that they keep the algorithm fair and it's up to the data systems and is up to data science and artificial intelligence, and the company has nothing to do with it. But according to, it's like almost all drivers have responded similarly. Most the drivers have said that in the incentive structure of the rides, when they're about to complete their incentive target, they're not given the last ride, or they are given a ride where they have to go like 20 kilometers across the city to complete the last ride so that they actually cover the incentive. So we are not sure how fair the algorithm system is, and if the drivers felt the algorithms or how the company runs the algorithms should be in public sphere. And the same was actually reviewed in an EPW article as well, that algorithms are abstract, thought to be scientific and rational and unbiased, but there is some kind of regulation which needs to be introduced. There are other findings, like I'm just like the paper actually describes them better, but like if I just have to summarize briefly, the other findings are like the firms, basically the firms which I focused on in my study was Ola and Uber specifically. The firms focus on conserving the passenger customer. So the firms are not worried about the drivers because the drivers have already bought the cars, and there are only two platforms, so that they cannot shift from Ola, Uber to another platform. So there are only two platforms when the study was conducted, two major platforms, basically a duopoly kind of a situation. And firms basically focused on conserving the passenger customer, basically the passengers rather than the driver's interest. So there was limited options for the drivers. So, and again, like with the gig economy coming in, so there was a discourse going on, a narrative going on that these informal workers, the drivers, would be brought into the formal economy. But as we know, the formal is just on paper, and it's mostly informal because the securities which we get in formal, which the workforce gets in formal employment, is not like the drivers don't get such formal, benefits. So there is some kind of regulation which is needed basically. We don't know what the budget 2020 talked about such regulations, or there's a code on social securities which was put out in 2020 by the union government, which talks about such regulations to be brought in, but on ground such regulations have not been brought about right now. So, and the impact of externalities. So if a driver gets sick, for example, or gets an operation, or the COVID-19 pandemic, or like in 2019, there was this upon the citizen amendment.
Mr. Chaudhary, if you can please conclude.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes. So, so basically, when the externalities come in, it's very difficult for the drivers to like sustain, because they have to go out and drive so that they can actually feed their families. And again, the two-wheeler cabs, when they came in, it was more difficult for the drivers. So there are a few positive steps, as I said. The Indian budget.
If you can please conclude, Mr. Chaudhary.
Yeah. So that's it. Like, so we have right now the situation of the drivers are quite precarious. And even if we try to formalize, it's kind of difficult, because like when Zomato tried to reimburse the cost of grocery, ration, and other essentials for drivers, they wanted a GST compliant bill. but it was like as the Indian Federation on App-Based Transport Workers claimed, like to claim that the drivers have to produce a bill for when the drivers actually earn less than 15,000 rupees, to expect them to get their ration from a GST compliant shop is kind of preposterous.
Mr. Chaudhary, if you can please conclude, please.
Yes. So
we have got a paucity of time, please. Else, I would have I would not have liked to interrupt in your presentation.
Yes, sir. So, so we need more kind of rule-bound gig economy, which not locally but globally, basically, because gig economy is more global in character. So that the workers' rights globally can be protected in the economic sphere globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. That's an apt concern that we should be having, because informal sector is a fairly larger sector when it comes to employment. So not only rules but implementation of rules as well must be seen. Okay, Avni and Akanksha. Avni Mehta and Akanksha Bihani, and after that Yashvi Patle. So am I able to? Yes. Okay. So can you quickly start with your presentations?
Yes, we're just sharing the screen.
I would be giving you 3 minutes now.
Yes, so we just
Going forward. Yeah. So these are two young students of DCBS of Year 1, Level 4. They would be talking about this idea of clean Indore. Okay, what we can talk about waste management in future. Thank you very much.
The inescapable byproduct produced by almost all human activity is waste. Urban prosperity and rising living standards in the regions of Asia and Pacific have caused the spike in the quantity and complexity of the waste generated, whereas advancement in the manufacturing processes and provision of expanded healthcare facilities have introduced massive amounts of hazardous properties and biomedical waste, posing serious health and environmental threats.
Good morning, everyone. This is Avni Mehta and Akanksha Bihani from Delhi College of Business School to present our knowledge on waste management and its importance. The paper investigates the importance of waste definition and its impact on waste management, as well as pure waste management process, in an effort to expand our knowledge on waste management and its importance.
Now the question arises, what is waste? The term waste refers to objects that we throw away because we no longer need them. Trash or garbage accounts for a large proportion of waste. The difference between trash and garbage is that all the solid waste such as paper and cardboard box comprise of waste, whereas the waste generated from our kitchens and bathroom comprise garbage.
The different types of waste include liquid waste, solid rubbish waste, hazardous waste, organic waste, and recyclable waste.
The statistics shown here clearly indicate that there is a huge amount of waste generated. According to estimates given here, we get an idea that by 2050 in India, that there will be around 5,433 million tons of solid waste generated, and proportionately in other countries as well.
Since the statistics clearly indicate that waste generation will be a big problem in the near future and its management is a need of the hour, it's also important for human beings to inculcate this practice in our lifestyle. Hence, the question arises, why is waste management important? The findings are, it improves human health, preserves the environment, protects animals and marine life, lowers production costs, and can also lead to bigger profits for companies, and many more.
There are various ways in which a process of waste management can take place, and a few conservative methods are composting of organic waste, use and practice of the 3 R's, incineration of hazardous waste, usage of landfills and open dumping of solid waste, and detoxification of biomedical waste, and many more.
But one point everyone can agree on is that the manually labored waste collection processes are not efficient. Today, we start to hear the benefits of waste management for both the environment and business modules even more. But what is the future of waste management? New practices are being adopted all over the world for proper and efficient waste management. During our research, we came across a unique waste management system present in the city of Indore of central India. The waste management model was found so efficient that the city has been declared the cleanest city of India 5 times in a row.
In 10 years, Indore will create 2,000 metric tons of waste every day, up from the current 1,200 metric tons as per estimations. The point is to diminish this waste and keep it at 1,500 metric tons, particularly by lessening plastic waste and usable food waste. Indore intends to decentralize waste processing, for example, in the road food and vegetable market. This would help diminish user fees, and the end client could profit by the final result of waste handling and help the IMC lessen transportation and preparing cost. The IMC plans to lessen costs by 10% consistently through such activities.
Indore, through its excellent community-oriented endeavors, has accomplished segregation of waste at source at 100% of its family units and business units. Within a year, the municipal corporation effectively sharpened residents for segregation at spots and not dumping trash in open territories. The Swachhata story of Indore is really changed through network investment. The success of Indore shows that
it
this
is doable.
To conclude, it is very important for us to realize the situation of waste management in the country as well as worldwide. The only solution to this is to act responsibly by supporting the society at large to manage waste more efficiently and thus make the environment more greener and safer to live in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Avni and Akanksha. An apt idea as to, as the population increase, we would be generating more waste. And if we want to have a sustainable growth and sustainable development, then obviously we need to think about that the waste which is produced, how efficiently it is managed. Thank you very much for your presentation on this. Now, I request Yashvi Patle. She is from PSB Insights, a research organization from United Kingdom. And after that, I would request Sparsh and Devakshu to be ready with their presentation. And I would again request all the presenters to please be focused on their findings and be very crisp on your takeaways. Maybe, maybe in 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Shresa. Thank you so much for having me here. Let me just quickly share my screen. Okay.
May I request Akanksha ma'am to please, Akanksha Gupta, if you can please switch off your mic. Okay, thank you.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's visible, Yashvi, please.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, based on whatever time zone you're in. I am Yashvi, and I will be presenting influence of factors on consumer decision towards cashless transactions. Now, I want you to take to the very beginning to understand the concept of this. Humans thrive on exchange. It started with the barter system, and then cash was introduced to make it more feasible, which meant that you do not need one commodity in exchange of another commodity anymore. You could just use cash. Then, to make that easier, cashless methods came into play. And then, this is the 21st century, so we need everything to be fast and seamless, hence the advent of digital technology. Although there is a lot of work to be done to advance digital technology, and more so, people's acceptance of that technology, this paper attempts to focus on the latter, which is to gauge people's perception and people's readiness to accept it, and how factors affect people. Our research methodology was very simple. This was a one-time study. We employed both primary and secondary methods, and we did a number of quantitative analysis on a sample size of 432. Our objectives were to identify the factors that influence transactional decision-making of consumer, and then to examine the strength of demographic factors and the identified factors. We made 10 hypotheses to present that, and our quantitative analysis consisted of a number of steps to give us the association and finally arrive at the strength of that association. Now, my findings included a various number of things, but the whooping number was that 9 out of 10 people find it easy to perform a cashless transactions. 6 out of 10 perform cashless transactions very, very often, and they are most likely to use credit or debit cards. Things that affect were ease of transaction, time taken, and security. But my main concern was the awareness scores. The most known were application-based modes, which were 95, and internet-based transaction modes. These include internet banking, NEFT, RTGS, and application obviously includes mobile wallets like Paytm and e-wallets. But I would like to pose a question to every one of you. How many of you know about these two payment modes or have ever carried out them? USSD payment methods or Aadhaar enabled? Shreyas sir, have you ever carried out any of these?
I'm really sorry on this. I've never carried out on them.
Anybody else? Rinku ma'am?
Hi, Ashvi.
Hi ma'am, have you ever carried out any of these methods of transaction?
In fact, I just do hardly through the credit cards, not much.
Aadhaar enabled.
You should have taken me as one of your respondents.
Yes, so the point I'm trying to make is we understand application based modes and internet-based transaction modes because of how much exposure we've had to them. But USSD payment methods and Aadhaar-enabled payment system, although they're very good schemes, we don't know about them. Therefore, we are uncomfortable carrying them out. And you can see in the numbers that they have the lowest awareness scores. Now, findings from my objective 2. Thank you so much, Shreyas and Rinku ma'am, for answering my question. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. So, for my objective 2, to examine the relationship between demographic factors and the factors we identified, were that all of those factors, ATM location, security, service, all of them are influenced by age, education, family income, and occupation. And app design, brand and service, and ATM location also are affected by those demographic factors. Therefore, these should be taken very seriously as they can affect consumers' decision. Now, since I've been living in the UK for more than a year now, I would like to note some differences and highlight what I feel India could do as an economy, as a country, for its citizens to push people towards cashless transactions. So in India, I remember seeing like every shop that, GPay is accepted here, or Paytm is accepted here, or card payments are welcome. But now that I'm here in the UK, I see card and contactless payments only. We are not currently accepting cash. And therefore, after the pandemic, I have been seeing we accept cash. And it is starkly opposite from what I was used to in India. And it is so easy. We use it on public transport, we use it on shops, grocery stores, even the smallest thing. If I want to go out, buy myself a coffee, buy myself an ice cream, I don't even carry my wallet anymore. So, to conclude, what I think India should do is develop infrastructure, develop banks, and infrastructure could be the littlest thing, like providing internet connectivity. Then we need to spread awareness. And this awareness is not just about, cashless methods are available. This awareness is also about what those cashless methods are and how can they be used and why are they beneficial. What this would do is build trust, but all three of these has to be done simultaneously. And that is only when people will start understanding, they will start trusting, and therefore start using. And maybe we can take India to a cashless economy. That is my time. Thank you so much. And I'm open to any questions.
Okay, thank you, Yashvi. That was a very crisp, nicely made presentation. That was very greatly done, and I'm sure we would take up your recommendations since you have exposure of both the countries. So we would pick up your recommendations, and definitely, we are moving towards more of the digital literacy and digital payments. Many payment apps coming into play. So that was a very well done presentation, Yashvi. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'm very happy to see you.
Thank you so much. It was an honor. Thank you.
Good to see you, Yashvi. God bless you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you so
नहीं
much.
नहीं नहीं उसको निकलना है वापस वहां से वो आपके लिए ही जा रहा है
Okay, so may I have the next presenter, Lehek Batra and Mahek Rejwani. Again, students of year 4, level 4, year 1 of DCBS.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so 3 minutes for you, and they would be talking about, Vivek sir, one of the interesting ideas that we were discussing, the electric cars. Thank you.
Can you see our screen?
Yes, it's starting with the presentation, and after Lehek and Mahek have presented, I request Astha Raisen and Pooja ma'am to be ready with their presentation.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. This is Mahek Rajwani.
And this is Lehek Batra. And today we are going to talk about electric vehicles, the route to sustainability and the future. The future is electric.
One of the most influential individuals across nations and around the world, Mr. Elon Musk, believes in the potential of electric vehicles. He quotes, "In order to have clean air in cities, we have to go electric." Following the wisdom offered by Mr. Musk, we move on to discussing the potential offered by electric vehicles.
Through this presentation, we will discuss the following attributes relating to electric vehicles.
Each one of us is aware of what electric vehicles are. And to articulate on this idea further, EVs are vehicles that are either partially or fully powered by electric power instead of the traditional internal combustion engines. They are infamous for their role in increasing sustainability.
Why should we make the shift towards electric vehicles? Now we would be discussing the advantages that electric vehicles provide over the traditional internal combustion engine vehicles. The benefits for the same range from affordability for running and maintenance, provision of health benefits by curbing the increasing number of cardiopulmonary diseases to ensuring sustainability.
What makes electric vehicles affordable? Looking at the graph presented in the slide, we can conclude that electric vehicles might have higher upfront costs, but in the long run, they're actually more affordable in comparison to the traditional internal combustion engine vehicles. For instance, an average upfront cost, the electric vehicles like Tata Tigor EV and Tata Nexon EV, they have an upfront cost ranging from 12.5 lakhs to around 17 lakhs, while an average traditional ICE costs around 8 to 10 lakhs. But when we compare the running and maintenance costs of these vehicles, electric vehicles are known to cost much lesser than their ICE counterparts.
Further, we can also have a look at the lifetime costs of an electric and diesel bus operating in the US. We can already observe that electric vehicles cost much less than the fuel operating vehicles.
Air pollution may not be visible, but it can be deadly. Air pollution is often termed as an invisible killer. Electric vehicles can play a major part in eradicating air pollution by reducing the emissions of greenhouse gases.
The reduction in the production and emission of greenhouse gases not only provides health benefits to the population of a country, but also makes the environment sustainable for development. Looking into the added advantages provided by electric vehicles, they can help us reduce the dependence on foreign fuel reserves and can also help us mitigate evils like climate change. They are a step towards minimizing air pollution and lessening the number of cardiopulmonary diseases. Electric vehicles can be a one-stop solution for two major problems in India, like the increasing expenditure on crude oil and the increasing air pollution, which has made Delhi one of the worst cities in the world to breathe in.
Electric vehicles have been capturing the interest of manufacturers all across the country. And the reasons for the same can be the level of sustainability that can be associated to electric vehicles, the favorable government policies and regulations for both consumers and the manufacturers, the changing sentiments of consumers, and the high levels of technological innovation introduced through electric vehicles. Now, to look into the differences between a traditional internal combustion engine vehicle and electric vehicles, we can find that electric vehicles emit lower levels of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in comparison to the ICEs,
while the fuel counterparts emit higher levels of greenhouse gases throughout their operation.
The electric vehicles have low cost maintenance and low cost associated with their recharges,
while the fuel always counterparts demand higher cost of maintenance and higher cost of associated with fuels.
An electric vehicle demands approximately 200 rupees per 100 kilometers,
whereas the fuel-based counterparts demand approximately rupees 800 per 100 kilometers.
The government in India has launched several policies like the National Electric Mobility Mission Plan to increase the consumption of electric vehicles in the country. The policy plan is a vast and diverse step based on the formulation of strategies to encourage consumers to buy the electric vehicles. For instance, government in India has only levied a 5% tax, that is 5% GST over the electric vehicles in comparison to a heavy tax levied on the ICE counterparts.
With that, we would like to conclude that electric vehicles have their own sets of pros and cons, but they have a major role to play in increasing the sustainability with which our vehicles run. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahek and Mahek Rijwani and Mahek Batra. Obviously, electric vehicles would see, we are looking forward to a sustainable way of development and reducing of carbon footprints. So electric vehicles would be a contributing factor into that. Thank you very much for that. May I now request Astha Raisen and Pooja ma'am. And after Astha Raisen and Pooja ma'am, I would request Swami Agrawal. She would be joining us from the University of Greenwich, UK. And thereafter, I request Nivedita Pandey to be ready with the presentation. So as of now, Astha Raisen and Pooja ma'am, I give you 3 minutes of time to please do with your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suresh. Astha, over to you, please.
Hello. Just 1 second. I'm sharing my slide.
Meanwhile, this is shared. And Dr. Saeed F. Hanifrin, he has made a comment for our students that you are talented young students. I wish to provide you 10 on 10. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for this encouragement which is given to our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Really nice to hear that.
So, Astha, are you able to share your screen? Astha, are you able to share your screen?
Astha?
Yeah, she's able to share. She's presenting. Okay.
Hello, everybody. I am Asa Raisen, an alumni from Delhi College Business School with Pooja Sethi ma'am to present on our topic, Study on Social Media Marketing, the New Paradigm. So, pandemic led to the rise of many industries and marketing was one of them. With 3.48 billion active social media users around the world, they spend a lot of time online. So because of this, general advertising still prevails, but most of businesses have shifted their focus on digital marketing. This is a figure which shows over the most social media sites where...
Sorry.
Yes?
The screen is stuck on the first slide.
Okay.
Can you make it a full
Why is
screen?
it happening again?
Yeah.
So is there any technical glitch, I believe?
Looks like.
Yeah, I encountered the same problem yesterday as well. My slides were not moving. Is this visible now?
Yeah, it's visible, Asta. Please go ahead.
Okay, so this
not
particular
full screen.
figure,
It's not full screen. On slideshow.
what? 1 second.
Should I try? Asta?
Yes, ma'am. Apologies, I had the same issue yesterday as well. My slides were not moving. Ma'am, can you share it, please?
Is it visible?
Yes.
Hello?
Apologies for the technical problem. I was saying, this figure shows the number of users for the most famous social media channels, and the most famous being Facebook. Ma'am, can you change the slide, please? Okay. So, social media became a very essential marketing tool because of its global reach, and it gave a chance for businesses to personify themselves by giving their brand a friendly voice and unmatchable customer services that allow building a relationship with their customers at a human level. So gone are the days of generic advertising where what they're offering and why you should buy it. With the help of social media, businesses can now connect with their consumers like a friend who understands their needs and suggests useful products. Because of that, businesses have included digital marketing in their social media budgets, and it is moving on a very rapid scale. So, one of the most crucial things that businesses benefit from social media is its mind-boggling power of data. One of the most important points was the relationship between marketing and data.
I'm really
Social
sorry
media
to
ads.
interrupt you, Asta. Yeah, Asta, if
Yes,
you can please, focus on the findings. We are really running short of time. Thank you.
Okay. So mainly using social media to meet their marketing objectives, their access to the global market and reliable customer services. Social media gives a great platform for businesses to build their success on. During pandemic, social media had an undisputed growth and penetration in the market. Between April 2020 and April 2021, you can see more than 7.1% internet users increased, and active social media users increased by 8.7%, which was 304 million people. And that is just talking about April 2020, according to the official data that we have. We're in 2022 right now, and the number is far more than that. Because of COVID-19, there were significant changes in media habits of people. People spend more time using social media, significantly more time on OTT channels, streaming services, using more messenger services of social media as well. As you can see in this graph, 55% of Indian population said they reported spending more time in COVID using social media in the recent weeks. So one of the main pillars of social media marketing is influencer marketing. Now, what is or who is an influencer? Basically, an influencer is a person who has the power to affect the purchasing decisions of people because of his or her relationship with their audience. Influencer marketing involves a brand collaboration with an online influencer to market one of its products, or sometimes brands use this to increase their recognition. Now, Instagram and TikTok have become one of the main channels of influencer marketing. We can understand influencer marketing.
Asta, if we can please move ahead a bit faster, please. I'm really sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, sir. Basically, there are three kinds of influencers. First are the mega influencers, which are the actors. Second one are the micro influencers, who are professional bloggers, YouTubers, and then there are micro influencers. We can say that micro influencers have more engagement with their people because they involve their followers with their everyday lives. These are some Instagram insights. So why is social media marketing important? It is important because 70% of the population of the world is on internet right now, and they are interacting through these channels. Marketing has always followed the trend where people are, and people right now are on the social media, which provides businesses a global reach. So 71% of consumers are more likely to make a purchase based on a social media reference. And there are more statistics that prove my point.
To conclude, in a jiffy, as Shrestha wants, the take from this entire study is that there are more and more people like you and me, who have got the opportunity to influence others. Overall, as Asa just said in the previous slide, more than 70% of teenagers, they are now trusting the influencers' opinion, which is a very big thing. Earlier, it was just celebrities. Besides, there's a positive attitude towards endorsed brands. They feel stronger on the social presence and more envious of the source rather than consumers exposed to traditional advertising. So traditional advertising is basically taking a backseat in comparison to social network marketing. And the most important thing is it is providing opportunities to businesses to earn a livelihood and even become entrepreneurs for everyone. Whoever would leap into this would get the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pooja ma'am. Thank you, Asta. For sure, social media is, and in near future to come, it would be a leading marketing channel. So thank you for your insights onto how social media marketing actually works and the impact of social media on consumers. Thank you very much for your insights onto this. Then now request Swami Agrawal. She is pursuing her MBA from she's a student of MBA from University of Greenwich. So Swami Agrawal, are you here with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can please start with your presentation.
Yes, sir.
And thereafter, after Swami Agrawal, we have Nivedita Pandey. She would be presenting her research. And thereafter, after Nivedita Pandey, we would have Astha Verma and Avati Jain. So please be ready on that thing. Okay, so over to you, Soumya.
Yes, sir. 1 minute. Sir, I'm unable to share my screen from you. Yeah, 1 minute. I got it here.
And as soon as there is an important announcement for everyone, as soon as we are done with the technical session, there are only few papers left. We would directly start with the valedictory session of this 2 days international conference.
Yeah. Hello, sir. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, yes. Swami, it's visible.
Um, so I'm currently a student in University of Greenwich, London, and I'm pursuing Masters in Accounting and Finance. And I'm an alumni of class 2021 from Daily College Business School in affiliation to DMU. So my backdrop of the study is the backdrop of the study aligns that online food delivery market is around 10 million according to the Forbes report in the year 2020. This study was taken in the year 2020. The various platforms that are taken into this study is Swiggy, Fresh Menu, Fastest, and Zomato. So according to the map, it has been seen that India, all over India, on different borders of the India, online food delivery system is used mostly in I think every state, in every city. So this is the rationale of my study. The rationale of the study here is the need of the study is arised for the measurement of the impact and satisfaction level among customers. Yeah. These are the objectives of my proposed study. To identify the factors that influence customers' happiness in online food delivery system, and to identify association between demographic variable and attributes related to service satisfaction. Primary data collection method. The data collection method that is used here is primary data, and this study was taken between February and August 2020. The first study that was conducted is in between 40 respondents. The area of these studies are Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, and response rate was 63%. The Kano model is used for the analysis, and core elements and augmented elements were taken into the consideration. The findings of my studies are there are no significant association of the elements of education and occupation, but there's some significant association between age and income of the augmented elements. Also, there is significant association between core elements and demographic factors like gender and income. Core elements here include safety, hygiene, package handling. And augmented elements here are timely delivery, staff behavior, e-payments, cash on delivery, and discounts. So it was the outcome was 95% of the respondents like to order food through mobile delivery app, and the mostly used apps are Zomato and Swiggy. And 40% of the respondents like to order food at least once a month. And the payment method that is used mostly is cash on delivery. So these are the certain limitation of the study. The study was conducted in geographical area of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. That's tier 2 cities. Equivalent tier 2 cities can be studied to generalize the findings, and collection of data within a particular period in survey method is not able to measure changes in population unless 2 or more surveys done at different point of time. Non-probabilistic convenience sampling used to collect data is although widely used, but data can be biased and less accurate. Respondents' lack of conscientious responses may sometime affect the accuracy of the study. The recommendation of the studies are online food delivery services should encourage more e-payment methods and more cashbacks. Like there should be more there should be discounts given from the apps regarding cashbacks and e-wallets for online food delivery payments, and the further study can be conducted by including other demographic factors like marital status, religion, and type of study. Thank you.
Thank you, Soumya. That was a really nice paid presentation. We are moving towards online platform for food delivery. It's catching up really well, very well. So that was a very nice presentation, a very contemporary topic. So thank you very much, Soumya, for joining us today. May I now request Astha Verma and Nivedita Pandey to start with her presentation on how we see the libraries of the future. And thereafter, I request Astha Verma and Avdhi Jain. Their presentations. So, I very few presentations to complete this technical session, and we will be right away starting with the benediction session of the today's conference. Just the your screen is visible. You can start presenting.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon all. My name is Nivedita Pandey. Here I am going to present my topic, change in the information seeking behavior of library user in new normal situation. Here, a few highlights of effect of COVID-19 on library presented here. And due to COVID-19, Indian government announced lockdown immediately, and we shut our library and its services to protect our library users and library staff. Now it changed user behavior of searching and sorting their needful information. Now users are using more online resources as compared to print collection, because the resources available on a single click and at any time and at any place. Next is copyright issue. More use of e-resources now create copyright issues like ownership, plagiarism, unauthorized data, redistribution, etc. Because file can be copied and distributed immediately, it increased librarians' duty to educate their user about Copyright Act. Now this is research methodology. All data I collected from online resources like IPR journals, research articles, library philosophy and practice, International Journal of Engineering and Management, and all. Based on this data, I found that users are more comfortable throughout the online learning. They access more online and digital resources for learning. Online searching engines and platform provide mass information and resource for learning. Review of literature here. And now, why do users use more online resources than print collection? Here, some points are self-explanatory, like media, cloud-based services, easy to access, provide advanced facility, remote access, recent information. Here, I would like to elaborate few points like marketing mix. In marketing mix, we generally have 4 P's, that is price, place, promotion, and distribution. In library, product, we have library collection. Price, we have cost or subscription rate of library. Place, with wall and without walls. Library with walls and without wall. Without walls means remote access. And promotion, that is e-media. Bulletin board, education tutorials, institutions link, library blogs, Facebook pages. This strategy helps librarians to showcase library resources to the user and make them aware for new collection have in library. Some networking sites provide great opportunity to librarian and library persons to interact with their users. Ask in Librarian, Question Point, and library blogs are example of library networkings. Now here comes to the disadvantages. Online resources required a basic device like PCs, laptop, Wi-Fi networks as a basic mandatory setup to use the internet, which increase the cost. Screen glare and eye strains are serious concern for users. New technology required time to learn and use. Validity of resources. Sometimes e-resources are unauthentic and unreliable source of the information. Now here is conclusion. Due to this pandemic, libraries have completely changed exist now. It shifts faster towards technology to provide resources and services to the user. Search engines like Yahoo, Google, Live, Bing, and the databases such as Elsevier, Scopus, Procreate, ACM Digital Library, and many more have a great source of information. As a result, libraries have also shifted their focus on collected digital resources more than print collections. In future, both physical and the finding is in future, physical and online resources will coexist. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikita. That was a very nicely made presentation, and I agree on this idea that both physical as well as the online resources, they would be coexistent, because it's not that one would replace the other; they would complement each other. So the apt point raised. Now I request Astha Verma and Avdi Jain. Again, students of level 4, year 1 at DCBS. Astha Verma and Avdi Jain.
Yes, sir.
Are you here?
So can you see my screen?
And after Astha and Avdi, if anyone of you would be liking to present, Mr. Rahul Paswan, Pankuri Agrawal, Akhileshwar Kumar, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Mangla, if any one of you would be liking to present, or else after Astha and Avdi, I would request Sparsh and Devakshu to be ready with the presentation. And again, I would like to note on this thing that we would be directly starting with the valedictory sessions as soon as we are over with the technical session. We'll be directly starting with this without any break. So please be with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Avdi Jain with my partner Astha Verma.
Please start with it.
Here to present on Indian pharma quest for global dominance. India is the largest. Am I audible? Sir, am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible. Please start.
Okay. India is the largest provider of generic drugs globally. India pharmaceutical sector supplies over 50% of global demand for various vaccines, 40% of generic demand in the US, and 25% of all the medicines in the UK. Globally, India ranks third in terms of pharmaceutical production by volume and 14th by value. According to the Indian Economic Survey 2021, the domestic market is expected to grow 3 times in the next decade. India's domestic pharma market is estimated at $41 billion in 2021. Pharmaceutical exports from India stood at $20.7 billion in financial year 20 and reached $24.4 billion in financial year 21. The CAGR of the exports was around 9% from 2008 and 9 to 2020 to 21. India's composition of pharma exports reveals that approximately 70% is in the form of drug formulations and biological, and about 20% constitutes bulk drugs and drug intermediaries. In August 2021, the Indian pharma market increased at 17.7% annually from 13.7% in July 2020. According to India Ratings and Research, the Indian pharma market revenue is expected to be over 12% year-on-year basis in financial year 2022. India's medical devices market stood at US $10.36 billion in financial year 20. The market is expected to increase at a CAGR of 37% from 2020 to 2025 to reach $50 billion. COVID-19 and pharmaceuticals. COVID-19 vaccines being manufactured and distributed by Indian pharma companies such as the Serum Institute of India, Bharat Biotech, and Dr. Reddy's laboratories are being widely deployed by India and several other countries
for fighting the pandemic. The fact that India and its major geopolitical allies, the US, Japan, UK, Australia, Canada, have decided to work together for expanding the global supply of health products is an indication of the strategic significance of the pharmaceutical industry. Astha? India is the largest provider of generic medicines globally, occupying a 20% share in global supply by volume and supplies around 60% of global demand for vaccines. The industry currently provides employment to over 2.7 million people in high-skill areas such as manufacturing and research and development. If the industry has to achieve its Vision 2030, it has to navigate certain challenges. High dependence on imports for APIs should come down. We should focus on API manufacturing through plug-and-play infrastructure, support in dedicated zones. The government's PLI scheme to boost domestic manufacturing capacity of pharmaceutical products is a good step in this direction. For a developing country like India, while the overall growth for the industry is required, the same needs to be visible in improvement in accessibility, reduced disease burden, and better healthcare delivery that translates into overall good health for the citizens. In addition, the thrust on rural health programs, life-saving drugs, and preventive vaccines also argues well for the pharmaceutical companies. The way forward. Medicine spending in India is projected to grow 912% over the next 5 years, leading India to become one of the top 10 countries in terms of medicine spending. In the 2020 to 2030 period, we expect Indian pharma industry to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 12% to reach at $130 billion by 2030. The industry generates $13 billion in foreign exchange, which can go up to $30 to $40 billion by 2030 if there is a proper policy framework and meticulous execution. The industry can create 1 to 2 million additional jobs for the country in the same period, boosting consumption in the local economy. Speedy introduction of generic drugs into the market has remained in focus and is expected to benefit the Indian pharmaceutical companies. It is anticipated that the export of generic medicines to developed markets would rise. To conclude, the main points takeaway from this presentation would be that strong collaborations between the government, industry, and existing academic and research institutes will help to foster innovation. India's medical expenditures would increase by at least 9% to 12% in the next 5 years. The cost of manufacturing pharmaceutical goods in India is lower and more effective. There are 3 major possibilities that can catapult the Indian pharmaceutical industry towards global leadership. The first is to expand healthcare infrastructure, coverage, and emerge as a global hub for drug discovery and development. The second is to pick our spots in making India the manufacturing hub of critical APIs to de-risk global supply chains. The third is to instill a sense of purpose and assertiveness in our medical diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Astha and Navdhi. Obviously, this pandemic has made us all realize that COVID situations, in order to control that, pharma has to play a very important role. In fact, as a part of our healthcare system, so that has to play a significant role. So now I request Devakshu and Sparsh to sit on with their presentation, and after Devakshu and Sparsh, I would request Pragati Sanghai, and after that Hani Purohit to start with the presentation, to be prepared with the presentation. So Devakshu and Sparsh, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, please start with the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Is the screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, redefining Indian. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Please start.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Redefining Indian Healthcare by Sparsh Gupta and Devakshu Srivastav.
So our most valuable resources, creativity, communication, invention, and reinvention are in fact unlimited by David Gripspoon. Is to provide an idea that it seems limitless, that most of our thinkings will be able to, we will be able to control and provide the services in our healthcare sector.
Today we will be talking in context of Apollo Hospitals. It was established by Dr. Pratap C. Reddy in 1983. Apollo Healthcare has a robust presence across the healthcare ecosystem all over India. Apollo Hospitals has touched more than 120 million lives from over 120 countries. So it shows that they do have a big, large global presence.
So why did we choose Apollo Healthcare? I think let's start with the first set of slides.
Rupees 226.24 crore. This is the total amount of losses incurred as of June 2020 by Apollo Hospitals.
The losses incurred by the company was majorly due to travel restriction imposed by the government, which we all know. This affected the ability of both doctors and patients to travel.
15,41,821. These are a total number of dedicated isolation beds all over India.
Seems like a huge number, and we know it's a huge number. However, the number seems smaller upon comparing to the average daily cases of May 2021. An average case of 4 lakh plus cases were recorded in the first wave and the second wave.
Another issue faced by Apollo hospitals is the bad cafeteria services. They have trouble managing positive customer relations when it comes to food services.
As you can see, these are the reviews of the customers or patients. They have two cheap styles, and which we can see.
How can we fix this? Let's find out.
We know very well about the hotel industry of India suffering during the pandemic. The Indian hotel industry lost a whooping 1.3 trillion revenue as of 2021 and the data collected.
Even without the pandemic, hotels depend on holidays and travel season to earn stable revenue. And that's a fact. But how can the healthcare benefit from all of this data we have just presented?
So, premium healthcare lounges. We plan to merge Apollo hospitals by nearby premium hotels. It's an idea we are reinventing so that we can save some space and provide better conditions to the customers.
The Healthcare Lounge is a future vision of partnership with nearby premium hotels to provide premium hospitality and lounge in turn for extra costs and personalized healthcare.
We plan to fulfill two goals with these services, targeting niche segment and providing services to this willing to pay extra. That means the upper middle class and higher class, freeing up the space and beds in hospital, ultimately reducing the chances of bed shortage.
It is a two-way business deal. We book premium rooms by partnering up with nearby hotel services and appoint some staff to provide personalized healthcare. And how do hotels benefit from this? Hotels often face having empty rooms and rely on travel season to fill them up. We fix that problem by booking a section of the hotel and changing it into premium healthcare lounge.
We also plan to fix Apollo Hospital's bad reputation regarding food services.
We plan to outsource the food services to small business owners. The goal is to promote small business owners while ensuring the correct quality standard. But why would we plan to do it and only with small business owners?
This will help Apollo Hospital to have more creative control over their food services, as small businesses do not have a complex body of management.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Now, anyone feel free to ask questions.
Okay, any questions, anyone? Okay, thank you very much. for your presentation, Sparsh and Devakshu.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
This pandemic has made us realize that, as I said in the earlier presentation, also the importance of healthcare and how healthcare has to be, relooked and revamped, especially in a country like India, where you have got the second largest population of world. So we need something
Yes, sir.
like this to revamp this thing. So very well taken up this topic. Now I invite Pragati Senghai. She's a part of Team ACBS to present her. And meanwhile, this is the last call for Mr. Rahul Paswan, Swami Agrawal, Ankileshwar Kumar, and Dr. Rajesh Kumar Mangla. If any one of you is interested to present, this is the last call for you. Else, and obviously, if someone can confirm that is this Hani Purohit here with us today. She was expected to present. So if okay, Hani. So Hani, are you ready with your presentation? So if
good morning, sir.
Yeah, Hani, are you ready with your presentation?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, so after Mrs. Pragati Sangai has presented, Hani would be presenting, if no one else, then Hani will be presenting her last presentation for the technical session. And thereafter, we would be straightforward heading towards the valedictory session of the 2-day conference.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, Pragati, you can start with the slide share.
Yeah, so kindly give me the permission to share my screen.
Okay. Soon you would be given the so Pragati, please be focused on your findings and the key takeaways from that thing, so that I can see my guest for directly already here.
So I'm not having permission to share my screen.
Yograji, if we can please look into this idea of screen share.
Okay. Nitinji, can you please help me with this? I think there is some issue.
Okay, Pragati, meanwhile, you prepare for your presentation. May I ask Hani Purohit to please be on with her presentation? Hani, see if you can put on your screen and put up the presentation, please. Hani, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are audible. I'm just doing.
Yeah, please.
Give me a minute, please. I hope is it visible to you all.
Yes, Hani, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, all the members who are present here. So my topic of research is an imperial investigation on the strength of association between demographic and behavior aspect of consumer purchase through online mode of a behavior view. So basically, when I started doing the research, my first thing came in mind how consumer go for the shopping structure, because now there has been increasing of online environment of shopping and companies are coming with a huge discount. So how is impacting the offline our offline traditional market, and what are the factors which are impacting consumer behavior while they purchase, as introduction of my paper goes like changing of consumer behavior towards the shopping. As I already mentioned, there is an increase in online shopping platform with huge discounts. So does this behavior make consumer to go towards the online shopping or the offline shopping? The increase in the technology, there is an increase in consumer awareness as well. Impacting this awareness, what are the things that impact on the offline shopping market? So major purpose for this writing this paper is like the purpose of this paper is to examine the impact of huge online platform on the offline or traditional. Does the huge discount of online market affect the consumer decision? Does consumer compare the price between online and offline market before making a decision? Or is their price play essential role in terms of consumer purchasing behavior towards the online or the offline shopping? There has been a past studies which also suggested that consumer first prefer um, to check prices between online and offline market, then they goes for their decision. As before, as before research by Arihan, it is suggested that most consumers prefer to buy when the price is low because they have perspective of saving money. But as per the research by Alfred, it is also observed same thing. Like consumer quality is a one matter, but product with a cheaper price, if they are finding same product in a same way at same time on a different platform, they will definitely go for the price promotion and a discount factor rather than spending their time on same product with a high price. So study goes by taking 6 hypotheses. All these hypotheses.
I'm really sorry to interrupt. If you can please focus on your findings and conclude.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So finding of this research.
Your slides are not moving. They are stagnant over there. I can see only your first slide.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, now we have the key findings on the screen. Yeah.
So in the key findings, respondents admitted that they like to spend more time while shopping, no matter whether it's online shopping or the offline shopping. Respondents also stated that they don't prefer low price brand, which means they always look for better quality rather than looking for the price of the product. They always go for which platform which give them quality of product rather than the quantity. As value reflect that age has a strong association with a promotion offer, which means it include the decision making, while education occupation of a person have a mode of association. Age and annual income may have significant relation with a mode of shopping decision, while price comparison is more related to the occupation and annual income. Thank you. That's are my key findings.
Thank you, Hani. Thank you, Hani. Now we are on with the last presentation, and then I would invite the session chair, Vivek Kushwaha sir, for his concluding remarks and his word of wisdom. So may I have now Prakati Sanghai from Team DCB? Yeah. Are you there, Prakati? And
Yes,
are you able to share the screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, please. And Prakati, I would be giving you only maybe say 3 minutes to conclude the presentation. So please be focused on the key takeaways from your research.
Sure. Just a minute.
Yograji, if you can please allow permission to Pragati Sanghai to share her screen. Thank you. Pragati, please try now. Yograji has given you the permission.
Yes, sir, I'm trying, but there is some issue. It is saying that you must grant permissions in order to screen share.
But I believe, Pragati, RFI has granted the permission to you to present. Okay, I believe there is some technical glitch, so we wait for maybe a few more seconds. So please bear with us due to some technical glitch. The presenter is not able to share the screen. Maybe a few seconds more. And, meanwhile, almost our technical session is towards the end now. And I can see my valedictory guest, invited guest over there. So we would be straightforward, without any break, we would be moving into our valedictory session. So I can see Karunesh sir logged in. So welcome, Karunesh sir. And
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. And all my respected guests for the valedictory, I believe they must be here. So I welcome you all on behalf of Delhi College Business School. I can see now. So we start with the screen share.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Is my screen is visible?
The screen is visible. FinTech.
Yes.
Okay. Pragati, I would like you to conclude now within 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, sure. My topic for today is FinTech, a boon to aid unbanked rural India and transform ecosystem. FinTech is a combination of two words, financial and technology. The use of technology in financial activities. It is a new technology that seeks to improve and automate the delivery and use of financial services. For example, successful banking transaction without physically going to bank. Yeah. For example, successful banking transactions without physically going to bank and by using your electronic devices. Example of fintechs are making mobile payments, stock trading through apps, managing your own funds without taking the help of agents or advisors, online financing, insurance of your own product directly, and international money transfers and many more. With the internet and smartphone revolution, financial technology has grown explosively. India, our own country of vast geographical spread and the second largest populated country in the world, having population of over 1.3 billion. We have 28 states and 8 union territories having 660,000 villages and 700 districts. 2/3 of our population that is 850 million people, resides in small villages and towns, which is a big portion of the total population. Our rural economy contributes around 25 to 30% of the total GDP. A significant percentage of the rural population at present is excluded from easy access to financial services. Providing accessibility to financial services specially designed for this segment of the society at an affordable price is a key to improve our financial inclusion in the country. As set the vision by our Prime Minister Modi ji, India to become a $5 trillion economy by 2024-25. Now, let's discuss the gap areas which exist in a rural economy. Lack of infrastructure and connectivity. You know, we have a rural population of, as said, our rural population account for 65%, but only 20% ATMs of our country are present in rural areas. In every 10 villages, there is only one ATM present, so there is a huge gap which need to be fulfilled. As per the Finance Ministry, as of 30 June 2019, 21% of the private sector banks and 33% of the public sector banks have branches in rural India. So there are challenges of the presence of bank branches and ATMs. Lack of financial literacy. It is an area that needs intervention to achieve last mile financial inclusion. For example, borrowers are reluctant to use online lending product due to lack of awareness and knowledge of the required documentation. There are trust issues as well. As India is a cash-driven economy, there are issues of trust because of the seamless financial services, issues of cybersecurity, cybercrime, debit and credit card crimes dissuade the unbanked population to use the financial services. Lack of product process localization and customization. Localization of offering and processes remains a challenge that need to be addressed by banks and fintechs. Our rural population is also change resistant and having social stigma. People still to prefer cash-based transactions as India is a cash-driven economy. They prefer the informal channels of receiving lending and paying money. They have social stigma, stereotype, caste system. Women still do not have the freedom to access financial product. Now, look at the recent innovations and paradigm shift in this area. As per the India Brand Equity Foundation, there were around 160 million unique digital transaction customers in 2020, and this number is expected.
Sorry, but I would like you to please conclude.
More fine. Okay.
Please conclude. We really have paucity of time.
Okay. So there are various study and recommendations over this area. India has around 1.18 billion mobile connections, 700 million internet users, and 600 million smartphone users. The average of smartphone in rural India was 36.5 in 2018, which increased to 61.8% in 2020 and is still growing. So I want to say that there is a huge potential for the rural India to be banked as the mobile users are increasing on a great pace. And as per said, our Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, that in the going future, India economy can do good and be a good, great success on the inclusion of the rural population, which is covering around, which is covering 850 million population. So if we include the rural population in the financial sector, there will be a great success ahead, and we can achieve our vision of $5 trillion economy for sure.
Thank you very much, Pragati. Absolutely agree with your point that going forward, rural India has got a huge potential, and to bank it and inclusive. We are talking about an inclusive growth. definitely such steps are the most more than welcome. So I now request respected Vivek Shah sir to please to address the gathering and to give his he is the second chair for this session, and towards the end I would request Vivek sir to give his remarks.
Thank you, Shresh sir. Respected Karunesh Saxena ji, sir, Director of the Institute, Rinku Joshi ma'am, Shresh Chabra sir, the way you coordinated this second technical session, I appreciate, because your short and precise remarks related to each and every paper is really wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Session begin with the strategic input by the Platinum Industries Private Limited, Mr. Krishna Rana. This is the gist that is given in this particular session, and overall 20 papers were presented. Out of these 20 papers, I appreciate the students and their participation in this, because 9 of them were the papers presented by the students. So almost each and every area and the dimension is covered related to future vision for India in 100 in 2047. Whether the technology, career counseling, library management, poverty, so fintech. So I really appreciate the way paper is presented in this. The only suggestion is from my side, because the presentation is very precise. We have given 3-4 minutes time to the participants. So they presented generally their findings in this particular session. So most of the time it happens whenever we present the findings, we didn't correlate it with our research methodology. So wherever you present your findings or limitations or your suggestions, it would be better if we relate those findings, limitations, and suggestions, the model that you applied in your research paper or the methodology that you applied, because these are not a general findings. Here you did some study and then you are able to reach on those conclusions. So if you could correlate it, in most of the time, in most of the presentation at time, it happens that because of shortage of time or wherever you are presenting. So in a crisp manner, if you correlate it, so I think that would be a better option. So I really appreciate the efforts put in by the students, and as those sessions where fintech or Indore as the cleanest city, so the waste management. So these are the things from where students are getting the inputs, and they can work it later on along with their faculty members and all. So I really congratulate Delhi College Business Schools to provide this particular platform to students as well as the researchers who presented their paper. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words, Vivek, sir. And thank you very much for being with us today for this entire session. You have been kind enough to accept our presentation. Now, on behalf of Delhi College Business School, I would like Nivedita Pandey to extend a vote of thanks to for the session today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. It is an honor and privilege for me to be a part of this international conference. On the behalf of Delhi College Business School, I would like to thank Session Chair Dr. Vivek S. Kushwaha, Professor and Head School of Management, IPS Academy, Indore. Thank you, Vivek sir, for sharing your knowledge with us. Our special thanks to keynote speaker, Mr. Krishna Dushyant Rana, Chief Executive Officer, Platinum Industries, Mumbai. Thank you, Mr. Rana, for giving valuable inputs based on your experience. Some of the takeaways were 4, safe beliefs, conviction, implementation, and innovation, and always be prepared for uncertainty. A wide round of applause and thanks all the participants present and presentees who made this session successful. And thank you for all attendees who are present here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
A very good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of the Daily College Business School and Research Foundation of India, I, Dr. Shruti Maheshwari, would like to extend a warm welcome to this valedictory session of the first International Multidisciplinary Conference on Future Vision for India at 100 in 2047. Over last 2 days, we have had deep insight into India's future vision from various perspectives. More than 20 papers were presented highlighting future of e-governance, health status, OTT platform, foreign policy, women empowerment, urbanization, and many others. Over 50 delegates across globe attended the conference. To grace the inaugural ceremony, we had various national and international speakers. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Saurabh Jain. Dr. Saurabh Jain is the Chairman and CEO of Research Foundation of India. He is also appointed as the Vice President of World Federation of Science and Technology and President of Engineering Research Foundation. Dr. Jain is also involved in Research Foundation of India's consultancy unit named Educational Research Analyzer Private Limited. Along with that, he is involved in number of companies like ISSI Consultancy Services, Edu Academic Inc., ARGA, ERF, SN Tech Private Limited, Blueprint Publication Delhi, and Black Pearl International Publication, and many more. He has been awarded as gold medalist in Master of Technology from Government Engineering College. He did his first doctorate in Power System Engineering and second doctorate in Control System Engineering. Dr. Jain has organized more than 1,000 international and national events like conferences, FTPs, SDPs, workshops, talks in multidisciplinary area. He has published more than 130 research articles in international and national journals and published 45 references, edited book, author book in multidisciplinary areas. Dr. Jain has credit of 13 patents and copyright published from India. He is an expert of solar and renewable energy concepts. May I now request Dr. Saurabh Jain sir to please address the gathering. Sir, are you there with us online? Dr. Saurabh Jain, sir. I think sir is able to
network issue
right now.
sir.
Oh, he's there. I think.
Please continue program.
Dr. Saurabh Jain, sir, are you there online? Dr. Ajay Jain, can you please address the gathering?
हाँ मैम सौरभ सर ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं प्लीज वेट अ मिनट सर ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं सौरभ सर ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, प्लीज वेट अ मिनट.
Sir, you're not audible.
हाँ मैम, सौरभ सर ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, प्लीज वेट अ मिनट.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Saurabh Jain is there with us.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I would like to congratulate you to all the participants and
Sir,
dignitaries.
you're not audible.
Hello. Is it audible, ma'am?
Sir, you are audible. Please continue, sir. You are audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you. First of all, I would like to congratulate and thanks to all the participants and dignitaries to make that conference success on future vision for India at 100 in 2047. I would like to congratulate to Delhi College Business School Indore and RFI-CARE to organizing such a wonderful international conference. Also, I would like to welcome all international guests, chief guest, national guest and speaker, and technical session chair for delivering the lecture for related to future vision for India in 2047. So thank you very much for making that conference success. Thank you. Over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A conference report provides an overview of various sessions as well as insights and discussions that transpired during the event. I request my faculty colleague, Dr. Vibha Sahu, to present the conference report. Dr. Vibha Sahu, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am honored to present the conference summary report before this intellectual gathering. The two-day international multidisciplinary virtual conference on future vision for India at 100 in 2047 concluded successfully. It is organized by Delhi College Business School in association with Research Foundation of India. Dignitaries, eminent national and international speakers, practitioners, researchers, and students from across the world connected virtually across different timelines for sharing their thoughts and research related to the topic of discussion. The Day 1 inaugural ceremony started by seeking the blessings of Goddess Saraswati. Mrs. Yamni Chajlani, faculty member DCBS, was the master of ceremony for Day 1 of the conference. The conference began with the opening remarks of Dr. Rinku Joshi, conference chair and director, Delhi College Business School. Dr. Joshi elaborated on the thought process behind selecting this topic as the conference theme. She further added the significance and relevance of the theme. The vision is likely to highlight India's long-term aspirations to infrastructure and quality of life of Indian citizens. Dr. Joshi highlighted that a blueprint is required to put India on the global map. She shared her pride in being able to address the concerns of India through organizing this conference. Dr. Saurabh Jain, Chairman and CEO, Research Foundation of India, welcomed eminent speakers, guests, and participants and congratulated them for participation in this conference, which has more relevance, especially around Republic Day. He spoke about how RFI is actively organizing conferences and promoting a culture of research amongst practitioners, and academia. Dr. Jan congratulated DCBS for converting pandemic to academic by organizing this conference. We were highly privileged to have His Highness Narendra Singh Ji Jhabua, President, Board of Governors, DC Society, as the chief guest for the inaugural ceremony. His insightful thoughts based on the theme enlightened the gathering. He mentioned that India will be a country of close to 2 billion by 2047. This calls for certain aspirational goalposts and aligning ourselves with global standards in terms of infrastructure, education, and food for all, jobs for the employable population, self-dependent and organic growth, social security and health cover for all, and overall being a significant economy in the world. As on date, we are left with only 25 years to celebrate the independence centennial. So there is a need to put our heads together to draw a roadmap of our progress and be a global leader. His Highness mentioned that India is moving towards fulfilling its dream and regaining its lost glory. We, as citizens of the country, should play our role in developing such a social and democratic structure that promotes inclusive growth. He appreciated the efforts of DCBS and RFI for providing a forum for addressing the concerns of India. Looking into the pandemic scenario, as a senior citizen, he advised everyone to focus not only on the physical, but also on the mental health aspects. He advised everyone to do yoga and meditation regularly and to follow the principle of Vasudev Kutumbakam, the world is one. The guest of honor, Mr. Neeraj Barotia, Principal Daily College and Secretary BOG DC Society, addressed the gathering with his thought-provoking words. He appreciated the theme of the conference. He also highlighted that the challenges in India are different, but the quality of education also needs to be looked into. The boundaries in education are dissolving, and it is moving more towards being holistic and multidisciplinary in nature. He talked about the changing education and learning patterns which are developing, like learning through gaming and robotics. More importance should be given to how to think rather than what to think, and emphasize the importance of people being more creative and innovative. The future in education by 2047 will be increased use of virtual reality, augmented reality, machine learning, virtual teachers, robotics teachers. In future, autonomy, flexibility, and technology will be the key elements in education. But ethics and human values will be most important. He advocated greater autonomy for schools. Satyam, Nityam, Purnam, meaning truth, sustainability, and wholeness should be the mantra to be followed. Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, CMD, RFI, spoke about the central government initiatives and vision plan of Indian government to identify the achievable targets, set timelines and milestones so that focus areas can be identified and worked upon. On behalf of Daily College Business School, Mr. Om Singh Chauhan, Dean DCBS, welcomed the distinguished guests, speakers, and participants with an anticipation to have their insights for India to be able to grow, develop, and evolve as a society. A distinguished speaker from the industry, Mr. Rajesh Mamodia, AGM, SBI Institute of HRD, spoke about his speculative thoughts on the futuristic view of banking by 2047, with the period starting from 1947 till date. The present era is of digital, fintech, paperless, and cashless. He highlighted that the present era in banking is an interface between physical and digital. His speculative thought related to 2040 or maybe 2050 is that every aspect of our life will be monetized by then. By that time, smart systems will be developed where personalized services will be provided through digital assistant and secure access. The role of artificial intelligence will increase, and there will be a paradigm shift from past-driven to future-driven services. In this interesting and insightful session, he further added that the humans need not worry, as the future is humans, as they are creative and they are able to identify the opportunities and are excellent problem solvers. A distinguished speaker from the academia, Dr. Shauli Mukherjee, Director at Mass University, Kolkata, spoke about real developmental growth. She shared her observation that education and education system has not changed over the years. It promotes one-size-fits-all approach and views learners as finished products. The education system denies the uniqueness of the learner and is not employment-oriented. By 2047, the learners need to be more oriented towards collaboration and cooperation. The future world does not require mechanical minds. It requires creative and innovative minds. Dr. Mukherjee's vision for 2047 includes a complete paradigm shift in the education system, which is more productive and stress-free, which destigmatizes the failures. A system that requires less of intelligence quotient and more of the emotional quotient. On day one of the inaugural ceremony, we were also joined by a number of international guests and speakers from different time zones. We had Dr. Felicia Golden Grimes from Dallas, Texas, US, who is a professor, global speaker, cultural member, IMD, TV producer, business coach, and financial educator. Unfortunately, she could not join last minute, but the audience was enlightened on remote work changing the face of India through her voice video. Another international guest and speaker, Tina J. Ramsey, based at South Carolina, USA, who's a global speaker, brand ambassador, publisher, and editor-in-chief at the Homeschooling Magazine, CEO and founder at CTR Enterprises Network, founder, director, CEO at Epic Business Leaders Magazine, unfortunately could not join last minute. Her thoughts related to Indian companies going global and the importance of media was shared through voice video. Dr. Chai Ching Tan from Rajamangala University of Technology, Thailand, shared the findings of his intriguing research based on neural network simulation. And it was interesting to note how anxiety could be turned into trust. He spoke about India's live commerce industry, live streaming, and implications for India's competitive advantage. Professor Rania Lampoya, joining from Greece, was a global educationist, author, speaker, global peace ambassador. She spoke about the importance of STEM education and its growing relevance. We were also joined by many national guests and speakers from across various parts of India to share their views. We had Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, who's a global speaker, SGI, ESCI, MCR HRD Institute, Hyderabad. He spoke about the relevance of business communication. Mrs. Priya Sawant, who is a transformational training expert, author, positive psychology practitioner from Mumbai, shared her optimistic thoughts for a better India. She said that focusing on education, poverty alleviation, and developing India as a knowledge and skill center can help India reach greater heights by 2047. We were also joined by Dr. Meera Asmi, who is Honorary Chairwoman, We Grow Forest Foundation, State President, Kerala Human Resource Council of the Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kerala. Dr. Asmi spoke on how climate change can drive an economic future by focusing on sustainable development goals and practices. She emphasized that forests are a source of socio-economic development. Mrs. Pooja Sethi, Program Coordinator, Delhi College Business School, gave the concluding remarks by summarizing the inaugural ceremony details. On day one, the technical session 1 started. It was chaired by session chairs from academia, Dr. Kanhaiya Ahuja. Dr. Ahuja is head at School of Economics, DAVV. He is an acknowledged academician with over 26 years of teaching experience in economics and management at postgraduate level. We were joined by session chair from industry, Dr. Dheeraj Sharma. Mr. Sharma is currently associated with Reliance Jio as State Training Head MP, having more than 27 years of insightful experience. The keynote speaker for technical session 1 was Dr. Dharmendra Ahuja. He is a member of BOM, Director and Professor, Faculty of Pharma Science, Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur. Dr. Ahuja enlightened the audience on the future of pharma sector, especially in light of the ongoing pandemic. The moderator and convener for technical session 1 was Dr. Ratish Gupta, faculty member, Delhi College Business School. 14 research papers were presented by the participants on a wide spectrum of topics like e-governance, skill development, e-business, deep learning algorithms, quality education, health status of women, poverty alleviation in South Asia, future of OTT platforms, increased interest in vocational courses, hospitality and tourism, consumer buying behavior, green HRM, consumer decisions related to online shopping. Notable in the session was a research paper on cooperatives presented by module leader from De Montfort University, UK, Dr. Milan Gyanwali. His presentation focused on where the sustainability lies in cooperatives. Special appreciation by session chair, Mr. Dheeraj Sharma, for young researcher, Ms. Manya Gupta, for her research on hospitality and tourism in this session. So with this, the technical session 1, the day 1 closed. The day 2, that is today, started with technical session 2. Session chair from academia was Dr. Vivek S. Kushwaha. Dr. Kushwaha is director of Institute of Business Management and Research, IPS Academy, having a rich experience of over 24 years in industry and academics. Keynote speaker for the session was Mr. Krishna Dushyant Rana, who is an accomplished entrepreneur having over 14 years of experience. He shared his own success story of his company, Platinum Industry. The convener and moderator for technical session 2 was Dr. Shresh Chabra, faculty member at DCBS. I'm very happy to share that 25 research papers were presented by the participants on diverse topics like career counseling, CSR activities, women empowerment, rethinking on regionalism, leadership, skill development, urbanization, labor issues, waste management, online food delivery, and retail investment decisions, to name a few. Notable was the paper by Ms. Yashvi Patle on future of cashless transactions. She also made a comparative observation on financial transactions happening in India and UK. We are really thankful to all participants and attendees for making this such a successful conference by exploring vivid issues and concerns that may directly or indirectly contribute towards a better nation of ours. We will further incorporate this summary for the benefit of a wider audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now like to introduce our special guest of the ceremony, Professor Karunesh Saxena, Vice Chancellor, Sangam University, Bhilwara, Rajasthan. Professor Karunesh Saxena was ex-director FMS, IQAC and CDC, ML, Sukhedia University, Udaipur, Rajasthan. He has more than 35 years of corporate and academic experience. He has served Dr. H.S. Gaur University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, Vikram University, Ujjain, Madhya Pradesh, Jammu University, Jammu, IGNOU University, New Delhi. He is chair professor at ICCR, a government institute, a Government of India institute. Under this assignment, he has completed one term as chair professor in Papua New Guinea. He has created nearly 200 educational films for UGC. At present, a 4-credit MOOC program on business statistics developed by him is successfully running on Swayam platform. He is an expert or resource person for Commonwealth of Learning, NEC, UGC, ICT, etc. He has so far guided 43 research scholars for their PhD work. 8 more are pursuing research work under his supervision. He has contributed nearly 150 research papers. Recently, he was nominated by UGC, New Delhi, to the High Power Committee for Implementation of New Education Policy, NEP 2020. Sir, may I now request you to please share a few words about your experience and knowledge with the audience today.
Thank you very much, and my good afternoon to all of you. The organizers of this conference, Delhi College Indore, as well as Research Foundation of India. I would like to compliment both the organizers for having chosen a topic which is of great relevance. As we are nowadays celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, that India at 2022, and now 25 years down the road, we will be celebrating Azadi Ka Shatabdi Mahotsav in the year 2047. So friends, I'll be sharing my thoughts with you on the topic Vision India at 2047. I'm reminded of the year 2012, when I was invited by an industrial body to address a group of CEOs in Udaipur, and the theme that time was Vision 2025, Indian economy. And when I look back, I'm glad to tell you that with satisfaction I can say that more than 50% of the thoughts that I expressed in that summit in 2012 have already come true. So that gives me the confidence that I can look further into the future of the next 25 years. However, I may not be around by that time because I'm already 60 plus. Anyway, I'll start with remembering one very relevant book on the subject, that is India 2047, Voices of the Young. It is authored by Vivek, who is the chairman of the Prime Minister's Economic Council. And this particular presentation I have divided into 5 segments. I'll be giving around 1.5 to 2 minutes to each segment. The first segment I'll be talking about is economy. The second one will be information technology. The third one will be education with a special focus on higher education. The fourth one will be healthcare. And fifth and final one will be the defense sector. So friends, when we talk about the first sector, that is the economy, we all know that India is at present the fastest growing economy of the world. I'm sure that Indian economy will definitely reach the coveted third place in the world. It will be only after the US and China. Projections say that Indian population will rise to 1.61 billion by then, while the world population would be around 9.6 billion. So we can say that every 6th world citizen would be an Indian. Our economy has to become that much robust that it can take care of the pressures and aspirations of such a large chunk of population. I'm acutely aware that the infrastructure development will play a vital role in Indian economy's development. The projects such as DMIC, Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor, various smart cities projects, and all these infrastructural projects would be completed by then, and we would be reaping benefits of these projects. I'm also sure that India will be boasting of having the great infrastructure such as 32-lane highways, fleet of bullet cars, so many other developments in the field of economy we will be seeing. For example, there will be 3 to 4 large banks which will be managing the India's economy. And also, a lot of restructuring, mergers and acquisition will also take place to consolidation to the Indian economy by then. I'm sure that India would have firmly emerged as a global manufacturing and supply chain hub, so that China would be amply replaced by our efforts. Next, I come to the information technology. As we all know that India already has a place of prominence in the field of information technology. We would definitely be firmly entrenched as the world's top IT superpower because of the fact that Indian professionals are very proficient in the field of information technology. Like I mentioned about the smart cities, we would be also having smart homes, and the Internet of Things would be firmly embedded into the day-to-day life. Thought recognition systems would be firmly in place, and the day-to-day life and business would be governed by the 7G technology, and also artificial intelligence and robotics would be greatly supporting the human efforts in making their life much more easier. I'm sure that India would be playing a key role in this particular sector in the year 2047. When we come to the education in general and higher education in particular, you know that NEP 2020 has just been introduced. I envisage that we would be having the new NEP 2045 by that time, because this NEP would be its this thing relevance and all. But I'm sure that the focus would shift more to the open and distance learning. There will also be focus on the skills and entrepreneurship training. And we can also say that I agree with one of the earlier speakers who mentioned that rather than IQ, it is EQ which will gather prominence then. And more, India will have an edge here also, because our students are good at to guard entrepreneurship, innovation, and creativity. I'm sure that the MERUs, that is Multidisciplinary Educational Research Universities, the concept which is envisaged in this NEP 2020, would be starting to give results also. We will be having a departmental store approach where students would be getting more and more flexibility to undertake the courses of their choice. So friends, quickly coming to, after having discussed the first 3 areas, that is Indian economy, the IT sector, and the education sector, now we come to the second last sector of the my speech, that is on healthcare. And we know that the India's economy, which would be rising quickly to 1.61 billion, so our health infrastructure should also keep pace with the rise in population, so that their health needs can be met. We find that there is an issue regarding the rural infrastructure when it comes to healthcare, and so by that time, this problem of having access in the rural remote areas to the health facilities would also be taken care of by then. It may sound somewhat utopian, but I am sure that this is doable, because the way the Indians have shown progress in the last 2 decades or so, that is quite evident of the fact that we are capable of achieving all these objectives which I am setting forth for India at 2047. In the field of pharmaceuticals also, we will find that India will become more and more self-reliant, because the active ingredients would be produced here in India, thereby reducing reliance on the China to import from them. I'm sure that the healthcare sector would gain maturity post-COVID scenario, because then we would have learned from our experiences of handling such kind of pandemics and emergencies and things like that. Because I was mentioning somewhere a few days ago that it is the first such pandemic in the independent India that we have faced, and successfully we have overtaken it. Finally, I come to the last segment, that of the defense. In the defense sector, I envisage that India would totally become Atmanirbhar Bharat, wherein the reliance on the foreign arms dealers and sellers would be totally eliminated, and India would gather its own expertise in developing arms and armament, which we will be able to export also in future. We will gain the same kind of expertise in the space sciences area also, rocket sciences and space sciences, and maybe the mission Mars would be firmly entrenched, and we probably would be able to colonize the Mars also. So these are some of the thoughts that I wanted to share with you regarding these 5 sectors which I have chosen. And I'm sure that the prophecies that I have just now given you in such a short period of time of around 8 to 10 minutes, that most of them will come true by the time the India reaches its you can say 100th year of independence in 2047. I'm sure that the organizers have made a great effort in organizing this conference, and a lot of papers which have been presented in this conference. I'm sure that the organizers would plan a book, and the policy document can be submitted to both the state and central government, so that they can also take cognizance of it. In this context, I would like to tell you that the government of India has also set up a group of secretaries, SOGs, for developing a roadmap for India to achieve goals by the year 2047. So the recommendations of your conference will definitely become a very good input for that group of secretaries to work upon. I again compliment the organizers in general, and Dr. Shresh Chawla in particular, for giving me this invitation and giving me platform to express my thoughts. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge and views with us today. Let me now introduce another eminent speaker with us, Dr. Nada Retkovic, Croatia Faculty of Economics, Business and Tourism Split, Croatia IIU Board Member. Nada Retkovic, professor, trainer, educator, researcher, motivator, speaker, moderator, social activist from Croatia. She holds a master degree in economics and master degree in mechanical engineering. She is assistant professor on Faculty of Economics, Business and Tourism Split, and professor mentor in Harvard School. A computer science expert, information system manager, and designer of ERP Infosystem. She deserves an honorary doctorate in human rights, social rights, entrepreneurship, and finishing PhD in Croatia. She have a diploma as a computer informatics STEM expert, certified accountant, and certified ISO internal auditor. She is a founder and coordinator of national and global projects, EU, STEM, e-twinning project, global project in various fields. She writes scientific articles in domestic and international journals, and work reviews of international authors. She is author and co-author of many university and high school books and handbooks. She writes articles in newspaper, magazine, media, makes digital material and books for students with special need and gift students. Cross-curricular topics, and make column for evaluation for specialized education publishing houses and video lectures for education and training. She is very active in national and international education organizations. In Croatia, advisor in National Agency for Education and Training, active council member of Croatian Society of Operation Research and the Association of Accountant and Financial Professionals. In international organization, country director Croatia IIU, administrative core team IIU, SDG board member IIU. Also honorary working as a professional member, global community leader, dynamic educationalist, global ambassador, president, executive director in educational institutions. In Croatia and on global level, organize numerous humanitarian and volunteer actions and work on women empowerment and promote women right as a part of national and global movement. Actively work on strengthening women entrepreneurship as a member of Women Entrepreneur Council IIU for Croatia. Won many diplomas, certificate, medals, and recognition for her national and international achievements. Won many national and international awards, Croatia Best Teacher, International Women Award, recognition for Best Academy Book, International STEM Award, Global Edu Conclave Award, International Educationalist Award, Global Research Award, and Global Award in various fields. Many recognition for work with students with special needs and gifted students. I request Dr. Nada to please share a few words with us today. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're not audible.
Dada ma'am, you are not audible.
Dr. Nada, are you there with us?
Do you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I get out and get in again. Greetings from Croatia. I apologize. I don't know what happened with my mic, but it was turned on. Once again, I want to thanks to Research Foundation of India and Dr. Jane. What will I say today? I share my love for India. Really, I work a lot in India, and if we talk about the future vision for India, I will start also from the economy part. That is the growth of the GDP, which will be in 2047 406 billions. At the beginning, all these parts were mentioned. our first presenter talk about the startups. I see also the future in the startups, and I will say that I think that for India will be good to have foreign investitions also. E-commerce is really important. What a Cobb Douglas production show, the framework shows that the growth will really be, but driven by the labor and the capital. What are the primary challenges? I will call that 4R, like reimagine, reposition, resign, and reframe. The skills for 2022 are also the skills which will be necessary to develop in 2047, and we talk about that: blockchain, web development, cloud computing, big data, artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning. What other skills will be necessary? Data literacy. So I think that this ICT and digital grow is very necessary, and it will grow very rapidly. Technology. What else? Creativity, leadership. I will not go through every part of this. Also, how India wants to become the future of the smart cities. I would say, yes, the smart cities is a big challenge. It shows us significant challenges. But if we talk, we can say also and smart villages. Because India has many villages, and I think that smart villages will attract more tourists, and also there's many lands and many I can think that India can grow also with that part, with ecotourism. But the cities are always attractive for the youth, for the young, and I think that that is their solution. So what are the smart solution? Urban mobility, e-government, waste management, water management. And that is because in India, there are many high educated people, and these two parts, the smart cities and smart villages, will help a lot for the growth. But if there's not a good professor and the well-being of the professor, there will be no schools, no university, and nobody will work if we don't take care about the well-being. Especially the situation with COVID. This situation will not pass really, not for 1 year, 2 year. I think that we will have many consequences for many years. I read a book, Teacher Well-being, and I suggest to everybody to read it, because we are all here educators. It has two parts. Noticing, nurturing, sustaining, and flourishing in the schools. So we need to make and create opportunities for the professors. We need to engage other colleagues. This kind, like me here working in India, this internationalization is also very important, because when we share our knowledge, it is good, and for me in Europe and for you in Asia. Schools and faculties, universities are not only buildings; they are big communities, and they will have a big influence on the growth. So why does a professor needs to be well-being? If we want to support our students and the learning of our students and well-being, we need professors who will be engaged, innovative, collaborative, resilient, and most importantly, well. So we need to build resilience, we need to encourage innovative practice, and we will have a great educator. So we need to make many, many activities, and the question is what we'll do next. Next is our mental health, and a big focus must be on that mental health because if we don't take care about the balance between our brain and our body, there will be also no grow, no people, no grow. So what are the transformative works? What are that educational environment? What about the curriculum and pedagogy? I would say there are some principles for the dialogue. Some principles for the dialogue and action for 2047. That is collaboration and teamwork and the work of educators. So I said we need to support all educators, and on that way we will have influence on society. We will make many relationships and we will make a quality education. Second is producing new knowledge, new reflections, and our research of us, our researchers, must be more integrated in our educating. These students this morning were really brilliant. Their works were great and they make a great work, and I'm really satisfied, and I wish them to continue that kind of work. The third is the autonomy of the freedom of the professors, and it must be supported. The fifth is that we need to participate in public debates. I'm not a politician, but this debates, dialogues about the future of education. So I think that I know that India also, I didn't mention that, many cultures, many traditions. So India don't have has many fields where where can grow. And as we said before, India will sure be on the third place after USA and China. So so my dear Indian colleagues, we all must, not only India, me in Croatia and Europe, we all must reimagine our futures together and also have a new social contract for our education, and that will help us for the growing together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next international guest speaker is Dr. N.D. Asrifan. Dr. N.D. Asrifan, STP, MDP, is a lecturer in the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education at UMS Repang, Indonesia. He is also the head of Student and Alumni Affairs of UMS Repang. He received his PhD and MPD from the State University of Makassar, Indonesia in 2018 and 2011, respectively. He got a sandwich-like scholarship at Northern Illinois University, USA in 2015. He has published some research articles in leading journals and conference proceedings, including Scopus and Thomson Reuters. His research interest is in English language teaching, ESP, linguistics, and technology in education. He is full membership of HPI, Association of Indonesian Translator. He is a member of Laureate Cambridge Online Language Learning Research Network. At STKIP, Mohammedian Rapang, he was the head of Educational Technology Department from 2012 to 2016, director of the Center for Language and Indonesian Culture from 2012 to 2015, head of International Office from 2015 to 2016. He was elected to be the Vice Chancellor in Finance and Human Resource in 2016, from 2016 to 2019. He is an editorial board member and reviewer in some international and national journals. Sir, may I now request you to please share a few words with us today. Dr. Asrifan, are you there with us online, sir?
I think no, he isn't here.
I can't see his name in the list.
Till the time he is joining us, let me introduce you to the next international guest speaker of the session, Abdul Gofar. Abdul Gofar is an associate professor of language teaching at State Islamic Institute of Madura, Indonesia. He is a senior lecturer in IAIN Madura who taught in Faculty of Education for about 17 years. He joined doctoral program at postgraduate of Surabaya University on language teaching, and he is also a PhD student of Muhammadiyah Malang University in politics and social science. Besides, he is also an editor-in-chief in Okara Journal of Language and Literature. He is a reviewer in several journals in Indonesia. Thank you for sharing your video, sir. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Sakshi Bharadwaj, an assistant professor of agriculture by profession and an environmentalist by hobby. Dr. Sakshi Bharadwaj from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, has been intensively working to address the critical urban environmental issues like climate change, carbon footprints, and emission from creating smart cities. The concept of Jungle Vas is sustainable urban compact jungle creating concept where waste is turned into wealth for the Mother Earth. In Jungle Vas, she have adopted many sustainable concepts like using coconut husk as planters for creating vertical overhead jungle as replacement of plastic vertical wall to address the issue of plastic waste in urban cities. Her concept is a solution for people facing the issue of insufficient space to grow and plant trees and herbs due to the concept of high rises and less space in the smart cities. The concept is used to create such space which help increase the oxygen USP of any area where this concept is put into place. It has been operating since 2018 onwards in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. Jungle Vas has presented an example for how to create a small area of 800 square feet having 450 different species to date. Making a total of 4,000 plus green plants can be made possible in a total time span of less than 3 years. Among the plants planted in this space, there were around 150 plants which are rare on Mother Earth. This setup has an ecosystem of its own and is created with a biodegradable model of sustainable jungling. The absolute kabad from the house goes in creating and sustaining jungle vas, nothing goes to the kabadwalas. The concept creates waste into manure, growing greens in constrained space, creating your own superfood, microgreen, club plantation, waste to biofertilizers, bioenzymes, growing vegetable and herbs through hydroponics, establishing beehives on rooftop, and a lot more with all natural resource available, making everything count under urban natural farming practice in small space. The concept of Jungle Vas was appreciated globally at different platforms across the globe and the nation. It was appreciated by the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh and many other ministers of the state and many media houses like ANI, The Better India, Telugu 10, The Hindu, Hindustan Times, Times of India, Patrika, Dainik Bhaskar, People Samachar, Doordarshan, News 18, News Nation, Aaj Tak, Republic Bharat, ETV, The Optimist, Citizen, and many other media houses. Jungle Vas also stand to make itself to national record of OMG Book of Records and received appreciation award from different platforms and also to the platform of TEDx, speaker of more than 100 plus workshop, speaker of Safalta Talk show by Amar Ujala and much more. Jungle Vas is growing more and more into dense urban jungle and wishes to establish more mini pocket jungles, community oxygen stations, and green homes for a better future. May I now invite Dr. Sakshi to share her knowledge and experience with us today.
साक्षी मैम ज्वाइन कर रही है मैम विद इन अ मिनट.
Okay, sir.
Am I visible?
Yes, yes. Welcome, Sachin.
Okay. So thank you for the introduction. I guess I missed it a little due to some technical issues. And while through all this process, I was listening for few of the presentations over here. Few were related to library and the Zomato applications and a lot more. So thank you, Research Foundation of India, for inviting me over here for this keynote lecture. And about the vision 2047, right? So I'll be a very quick in my words and a bit precise because I think this has already been a delayed. And the thing is that when we think about 2047, or if I say that if we say like what will you be saying if you think about the summers that are coming right across in next few months? We have never experienced we were never used to be of living in a temperature where the temperature used to be like 40 degree Celsius or 42 or 45. Like if we compare it to 10 years back, we used to have a temperature zone where we were very much reluctant to having a temperature not even above 40 degree. Like we were so much used to it. And there were no days that we missed it. But now if we see to the situation currently, so we have a temperature raise, like we have a complete temperature change, climatic change arising everywhere wherever we go, be it the mountains, be it even the beaches, or be it any normal cities or something like that, because the rate at which we are um, proceeding, globalization is taking place, and the process of metro cities and the smart cities and going in hand, because of course we need to proceed, we need to be a little more smarter, we need to be more technical friendly. But if I ask somebody who is of my age today that I'll suggest you that don't buy a car, don't buy a phone, because the radiation from it is going to hamper the life of this creatures that live around us in the form of animals. We also have animals, call it the homo sapiens. But other than that, if I say just don't buy a car or don't buy a phone, is not the thing that I if somebody is going to say that, why are you talking about, you talk about environment, you talk about climate change, you talk about the ecosystem, you talk about creating mini jungles, but why do you always talk about like also having a car of your own, or why do you also want a smartphone that is very much into the trend? But I wouldn't be saying that I won't be buying it. Of course, I'll do buy it, because it's the thing that we cannot just live behind. This is the way how we are communicating. So technology is still over here. So saying that moving with the technology in 2047, or if we don't even say the visions for the 2047, if I say the vision for the next 5 years, we need to move hand in hand with technology. Because if we're not going to do that, we will be thrown a lot back, right? Because the new age is about technology, nothing more than that. But thinking about the very small thing that we ever studied in 6th class or 5th class, and maybe now these days it's in 2nd and 3rd class, that the plants do the process of photosynthesis, through which they absorb the carbon dioxide that is present in the environment and emit oxygen that we breathe in, and we are alive, right? So in short, we need oxygen for us to survive. And when we are going to survive, the technology will go in hand, be in 2022 or be it 2047. But if we talk about nature, what exactly on an individual state are we doing for the nature? Or what are we doing exactly to create an oxygen station or a hub for ourselves at our very own spaces? We look to a situation, like I'm not talking on a global situation. I will be precisely focusing about what changes can you as an individual bring today that will be emitting or will be reflecting for the visions of 2047. Like by the time 2047 will come, we genuinely don't know what exactly the situation will be. We are imagining it. But the pace with which what we are doing situations currently, we can have a clear vision what is exactly going to happen in 2047. So the goal, the main agenda that we precisely need to focus on is on ourselves. Like you need to turn a little more selfish. Like people these days are selfish. People are more precisely concerned toward themselves, to their families, to their needs, to their dreams, to their passion and everything. Now, as taken into consideration about nature, we need to be a little more selfish for ourselves. The thing is that you need to create your very own oxygen. Why you need to do that? Because if you're not going to do that, who else is going to do it for you? Because you're not planting a tree. You have a society, you have a community, you have a space. It's barren. Still, nobody is going to go and plant a tree over there, and nobody is going to look for over it. And by the time it's going to turn a tree, you will be there for take the oxygen. No, nobody has that much of time, right? If I say, if anybody can even comment that part, whosoever is shaking hands with me on this particular part, they can definitely comment it down that, like, yes, this is the time, this is the highest time that we need to create our own oxygen. If you are in an age group of 20 to 30, by the time you're going to turn 50, do you imagine the amount of oxygen that you were receiving when you were at the age of 15 will be received by you by the age of 50? It's a no, simple no. The amount of greenery that I used to see around myself, being it a metropolitan city, or be it a small town, or be it a small space, the amount of greenery when I was 15 was, we just can't even imagine. But today, the greenery has been replaced by globalization, or if I say smart cities, metropolitan cities, cars, automobiles, technologies, radiation towers. But I won't say that we don't need them. We can't live without it. If I say you go to a university, you go to a college, you go to your job, take a metro only. But if you are running late for your work and you know that you could reach soon by that particular place by your own vehicle, you of course want to take that. But that is also going to contribute to some amount of carbon emission. But we need to reduce on the carbon emission. Even India is working towards it. We want to be a zero carbon emitting thing. But how do we do that? It has to be on a very precise note to ourselves. Be selfish with that thing. You genuinely need to create your own oxygens. If you are 4 people at your space, and even in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, your family grows, you have to have that space that is an oxygen station for yourself. It's not just a house, it's also an oxygen generating house where you create your own oxygen, where you take care of those plants that are giving you the oxygen, where you are making your own oxygen, and where you're making your own earning your own, creating your credit points of oxygen. Be it the bitcoins, the world is coming towards the bitcoin. How about oxygen coins? So this is it. If you live into a society, you have a community garden, and from an aesthetic point of view, it just looked tremendously awesome. But it's of no value. The plants over there are indirectly taking the groundwater that's over there in the form of palm trees. We don't live in a desert. If we have been living in a desert, definitely we would have been planting palms. But we live in a place where already the groundwater level is very much nice. The palm is taking all the groundwater, right? But we need some plants that enhances the groundwater level. Plus, are oxygen rich plants. They have a high oxygen generating USP. When you're going to take a walk, a single walk around that place, you will be having high SpO2 saturation. So this is it. Like, I'm talking, I created my jungle vas. I created this mini jungle for my own interest. So I'm very much free. When I'll be turning 50, I have my own oxygen space. Even if I run to Indore, even if I run to Delhi, even if I run to Bangalore, I'll come back to my space and I'll have my oxygen station. But that is not it is. When I run to Indore, when I run to Delhi, or I go to Bangalore, I want to see a same kind of a jungle vas or a mini jungle taking shapes. Who is going to do it? We. And we genuinely need to do it. Like, imagine the rate at which the metropolitan cities are growing, smart cities are taking into places, technology is like, creating a complete web structure. And you are eventually getting stuck in there without technology. If your phone goes off for a day, it's like anxiety attacks happen to us. Have you ever thought that if all the plants will be gone, you won't be getting those oxygen and you won't even have that oxygen tank with a mask? What will happen to your anxiety at that time? Nobody has thought about it, because up till now we haven't hit to that situation. Because if that situation is struck by us, we all will be dead. Right? We all will be dead. It is your precise decision, be it the students, be it the teachers, be it the people belonging to 20 to 30 age group, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, and so on. If you have lived your life, if you are in your 70 or the 80s, you need to think about your younger ones. You want to think about your grandparents. You want to think about your sons and daughters who have raised their small kids. It is your duty. I know people like, I have been, I deal with so many people. There are so many, plant lovers. We have such a huge plant community. I'm not saying that people in India or people outside India are not cautious about this factor. They are. There's a community, but the community is very small. If I talk about plant community, the plant community is small, but it is there. There are people who belong to an age group of 60 to 70 that interacts with me. We have a discussion. We talk. They know everything. They know everything about plant. How to propagate a plant, how to make a jungle, how to sow a seed, how to create anything and everything that is related to greens. But when I interact to a child or a school-going children or a college-going children, they take it, it's not trendy. It's not a hashtag issue. Why should I be concerned about it? Jisko lagana hai ped wo lagayenge. Why should I be concerned about it? If it's trending on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, definitely I'm going to make a people plant cutting. And of course, I'm going to propagate and plant it in front of my society. Only if I get that hashtag trending thing and I'll be presented somewhere. This is the mindset of children these days. We need to change it. This is our responsibility. People of my age group as well sometimes tells me that, what are you doing? What exactly do you tend to do? Why do you make these mini jungle? Why do you always talk about greens? Why do you talk about these oxygen stations? What is it? It's of no use. They have no interest over it. And to create interest, who belong to my same age group, is a task, is genuinely a task. To brainwash them or to give a brainstorming session for greens to anybody who's into a younger age group is a task. I'm not just talking about India. I'm talking on a global base for this. We need to think over this. How can we change the mindset? How do we introduce greens? How do we introduce gardening, backyard gardenings, urban gardening in school-going children, in college-going students, in people who are in universities? They do certificate course, they take environment as the subject, but exactly what they do after that? People do the PhD in environment. They do such a great research. But is it viable? Is it working? No, I have not seen it. On ground reality, we do researches, they get restricted back to the laboratories. There are many lesser amount of, if we talk about the ratios, the percentage is very much less as on the ground reality. We need to think over this. We need not just think over this, we need to act on this, because we're talking about the vision for 2047. We need to look, we are sitting in 2022. If you have listened to me today, if you are listening to me today at 3:52 right exactly, then you definitely need to wait for May to come, and you will have an increase of 2% of temperature. I can assure you this thing. But if you have a mini jungle at your space, or a mini corner, or a green space that is your own generating oxygen generating station or a hub, you will have a -2 degree temperature over there drop at temperature. If the temperature outside is 40, you'll have 38. This is what I have researched, I have taken into consideration. So it is very important that while we create things like this, while we get ourselves associated to smart cities, metropolitan cities, technology, we talk about it, we work about it, we do everything, anything, anywhere in this world. One thing that is very important for people who live on the South Pole, North Pole, East or West, oxygen is important for you to breathe and to have a life, or else you will die. This is very simple. Like this I might sound a little blunt or absurd or a bit rude, but this is the thing. For you to need, if you need to live, you don't need a Lamborghini. You don't need Chanel. You need oxygen. You need to work on it. Of course, you can increase the aesthetic values by introducing these in your life. Work on them, you'll get them. But what is available free, you need to preserve it. Not only preserve it, you need to divide it. You need to multiply it and create jungles, mini jungles. Like imagine I never thought when I was 15 or 16 that I'll ever talk on things like creating mini jungles, pocket jungles, community jungles. But yes, today we are sitting over here discussing about it, and I'm creating those for people. Why? Because somehow we landed up to this situation where we have to do this. Unfortunately, we have deforested jungles. Like deforestation has taken so much of its space. We want diamonds. We don't want wildlife. We want diamonds. We are giving like percentage, like, okay, this much percentage of jungles we'll cut just because we want diamonds. Who cares about diamonds? You will only be able to wear those diamonds if you are alive. The thing that is top on the earth is of no value, but the thing that is inside the earth is of value. We need to think of the wildlife. We need to think of those places where we are interrupting. We see these days that the wildlife that should be restricted to forest are entering into the farms and the villages. Why? Because we have reached there. They have not reached here. We entered their home. We are killing their people. They are not killing us. Of course, if any thief is going to enter at your space, are you not going to kill them? Definitely you're going to complain it to the police. Similarly, they can't speak. What they can do is just kill you. So they do it. And then it's like the government is doing nothing to save humans from wild animals. Who asked you to move over there? People these days are not willing to go into the metropolitan cities for a vacation. They move to sanctuaries. They move to forest. Why? Because they want peace of mind. Why don't you create a peace of mind at your own space? When you return from office, if you have a bad day at your work and your boss has definitely kicked you off or something like that, the thing that you planned is not going the way it should be, you won't be running to centuries. Create a space where you'll be running at your very own space. Have a coffee there self. Don't go for a green cafeteria to have a coffee. Go to your green home, make your own coffee, enjoy it there. Have a peace of mind right over there. That's the green therapy. People who have anxieties, start working with greens. I can assure you that your anxiety or your depression or any situation will go off. So these are the few things that need to be taken into consideration, thought about it, and start working on this. So you could have a vision for 2042 that you have to start implementing it today. If you're not going to start implementing it today, there is no vision for 2047 in respect to nature, in respect to greens, in respect to plants. If you live in a society, how many societies have neem and a people or a banyan these days? I think no societies. None of the societies, those other than those that are really very old societies, the new societies that are very much smart cities, paced up with swimming pools and community halls, and they have a beautiful tennis court and a lot more golf court and God knows what all. But they don't have a banyan tree, don't have a neem tree. We are killing our own specific or very common species that we have lived up with right from a childhood. You look for, if wherever you're sitting, just give it a look around, outside, under the sky, how many of you find a neem tree and a banyan tree and a peepal tree these days? You go by a highway, you go by a normal city road. How many of you are going to strike by them? A very few. We need to bring them back. We need to have them back. They'll stabilize our nature. They'll give a temperature drop to us. They'll save the wildlife. We don't see sparrows these days because the level of radiation is so much increased that they'll be like, oh my God, this place is so much rich with radiation. I need to move back to a space that is less with radiation. To allow the revisits of sparrows, you need to create a space for them. You need to welcome them back. That yes, we have created a space for you. Now you're welcomed. Please come back. So these are very few small things. Nature does not ask a lot from you. When you plant a tree, it just asks you for a soil and to water it. Nothing more than that. It does not even ask you to fertilize it. That's the thing that we do for our house plants. But when you are on a road, or you're in any farmhouse or any city line by side places, it won't ask you for that. It will ask that just plant me over there, give me some water and some protection. I'll be very much okay and I'll grow. They are so much hard species. But we are not ready to do that as well. That will take a time. Who has that much of time? There are time for us to use Snapchat, Instagram, but we don't have time to plant a tree and to take care of it. Even if just 1% population, every single person listening over here is going to plant a tree, that will definitely increase the oxygen level, a reduction in carbon emission, and a lot more. So it is very much important that you understand to the very, very few things that I have told that are very simple and are very convenient for anybody to do, but you just have to do. Okay, so this is it. If you want to have a vision with environment, related to environment, nature, in correspondence to humans, then you need to start your action today to have a nice visionary plan for 2047. So this was it for my from my side, a vision of 2047. This is what Junglevas think about in 2047, that we have every society, every colony, every small places that are a barren land turning into mini forest jungles that have a beautiful wildlife over there, that has its own ecosystem, that gives space to many birds, squirrels, butterfly, bees, and many other pollinators to have a space, to have a house. Unfortunately, because we have grown high sky rises, we don't provide them space over there. But we have grown vertically, so why can't we grow greens vertically? This is what we Junglevas think about it. And we have started doing our part. Now this is your turn to stay associated and do your part for a better vision and for a better future of 2047. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sakshi, for such wonderful insight. It was really an eye-opener for many of us. Thank you so much. Can I request everyone to put on their camera just for 5 minutes? We are left with the last vote of thanks for the conference. Please put on your cameras, everyone, for the group photograph. Can I request everyone to put on their cameras, please, just for 5 minutes? India at 2047 represents 100th year of Indian independence. Through this 2 days conference, we were able to collate the vision of corporate experts, academicians, experienced professionals, research scholars for the future-ready India. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. On behalf of the Delhi College Business School and Research Foundation of India, I would like to thank all the honorable delegates for their gracious presence. I convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to all the speakers from national and international platform at the conference opening ceremony. I am also thankful to all the distinguished guests and speakers in the valedictory sessions, Professor Karunesh Saxena, Dr. Nada Rakovic, Dr. N.D.S. Riffin, Abdul Gofar, and Dr. Sakshi Bharadwaj. At this juncture, I express the gratitude to President Board of Governors, DC Society, His Highness Shri Narendra Singh Ji Jhabua, who graced the ceremony with his kind words. We will ever remain grateful to Mr. Neeraj Bhadotia, Principal, Delhi College, and Secretary, DC Society, for enlightening the gathering and sharing his knowledge with us. I am very much thankful to all the faculty colleagues and administrative staff, especially Conference Chair, Dr. Rinku Joshi, Conference Conveners, Dr. Sresh Chabra and Dr. Ratish Gupta, Dean Delhi College Business School, Mr. Om Singh Chauhan. My heartfelt thanks to RFI and all the board members of RFI, Chairman and CEO, Dr. Saurabh Jain, Chief Managing Director, Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, President RFI, Dr. Reshu Jain, National Coordinator, Dr. Ajay Jain, North Board India, President, Shri Amit Chand, New Delhi, North-South Board President, Dr. Priyadarshini Agnihotri, North Board India President, Dr. Deva Dutt Indoria, West Board India President, Professor Abhinesh Karosia, Central India Board President, Dr. Manish Dubey. Thank you for providing continuous support and motivation. My special thanks to Dr. Ajay Jain and Mr. Yograj from RFI for helping us all the time. I would also like to thank people who worked behind the scene to make this event happen. Our technical arrangement team, headed by our system administrator, System Administrator, Mr. Nitin Bardare. Last but not the least, I would like to thank and congratulate all the participants for their wonderful work. I feel proud and thankful for making this event a successful one. Without the support and contribution from each one of you, this event was not possible. Thank you very much again. Before signing off, I would again like to request everyone to put on their camera just for 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you all. Have a very nice weekend.